Chapter 159. However, this army of demons was indeed powerful. They did not panic in the slightest in the face of such a sudden attack. All the infernal demons quickly gathered together, while the bear demons guarded the infernal demons one-on-one, quickly completing the pairing. The mad demons and the berserk demons dealt with each other separately. Among them, half of the demons flew into the air to intercept the falling rocks. At the very least, they had to shatter the falling rocks and reduce their size. Moreover, some of the demons went straight to the top of the mountain on both sides to meet the challenge. They were extremely fast. There was no doubt that the surprise attack on both sides of the mountain came from Wang Yuan and Sima Xian. They had a hard time finding such a suitable place to launch their attack. Long Haochen was not worried about their safety. Everyone had been fighting with the demons for so long, they naturally knew what to do. The Demon Mountain Range was the best place to hide. With the spiritual stove, equipment, and their own cultivation, it would not be easy for the demons to catch up with them. They retreated after one attack and would not give the enemy a chance to surround them. Long Haochen also took advantage of the time when the demons were busy dealing with the falling rocks to quickly summon the 4 holy guards. He briefly explained the current situation, including his goal. Expose the enemy's tracks as much as possible and delay the enemy's advance at the same time. Among the 4 holy guards, the other 3 looked at Holy Guard number 9 at the same time. Holy Guard number 9 thought for a moment, looked at the other 3 holy guards, then turned to Long Haochen and said, "Master, how important is delaying and killing these enemies to you?" Long Haochen said without hesitation, "Very, very important." Holy Guard number 9 nodded silently, turned to the other 3 holy guards, and said in a deep voice, "Lend me your power." Then he said to Long Haochen again, "Master, after helping you solve the problem this time, we will all have to sleep for at least a month before we can recover the consumed soul power through the Tower of Eternity." Long Haochen was shocked. Just as he was about to ask, the other 3 holy guards had already made their move. They moved in unison and quickly surrounded Holy Guard number 9. Then, their bodies began to tremble violently. The soul fire in his eye sockets throbbed violently. Long Haochen was shocked to see traces of milky white light separating from their eyes and rushing towards Holy Guard number 9's body. The auras of the 3 holy guards weakened at an alarming rate. On the other hand, Saint Guard 9 grew stronger at an alarming rate. He broke through from the peak of the 7th Order to the 8th Order in an instant and continued to grow. This is Long Haochen understood what was going on after a brief moment of shock. The 3 holy guards were pouring their soul energy into Holy Guard number 9. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary soul energy, it was their most basic soul energy. Otherwise, how could they have become so weak? Whoosh! A red light was the first to return to the melody of eternity. It was Holy Guard number 12. After it returned this time, Long Haochen couldn't sense its presence at all. Obviously, as Holy Guard number 9 said, it had already fallen into a deep sleep. Holy Guard number 11 only lasted a little longer than Holy Guard number 12, followed by Holy Guard number 10. The entire process of transferring soul energy only lasted for a dozen seconds. When the 3 holy guards disappeared, the Holy Guard were all gone. Long Haochen was shocked to find that Holy Guard number 9 had undergone an earth-shattering change. His body size didn't change, but the yellow soul fire in his eye sockets had a faint golden luster. At the same time, the white bones of his body had an additional layer of diamond-like fiery color. Although it wasn't intense, it gave off a crystal-clear, incomparably tough and heavy feeling. Holy Guard number 9 didn't say much and just nodded at Long Haochen. In the next instant, he had already soared up and quietly headed towards a mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Before he left, he only left one message for Long Haochen. Delay these demons and don't let them leave the area between the 2 mountains. Although he didn't know what Holy Guard number 9 wanted to do, Long Haochen absolutely believed in the loyalty of these holy guards. Moreover, Holy Guard number 9's actions also borrowed the soul energy of the other 3 holy guards. How could it be ordinary magic? With a flash of golden light, Yiting was summoned by Long Haochen. At this moment, the falling rocks in the sky had already stopped. Presumably, Sima Xian and Wang Yuan had already retreated. After realizing that there was no danger, these demons would definitely continue to move forward. In their opinion, they would at most be discovered by the Temple League. At this moment, they had already entered deep into the Demon Mountain range. It was obviously impossible for them to retreat. After all, it wasn't impossible for these elites to forcefully break through the Exorcist mountain range. It wouldn't be easy for the Temple League to stop them from entering human territory. Therefore, if Long Haochen wanted to delay them here, he had to let these demons feel the existence of danger. Only then could they continue to maintain their defensive formation and not leave. After a brief exchange with Yiting, Long Haochen's figure flashed and appeared behind Yiting. He pressed his hands against the air. An extremely pure light, a tribute spiritual power, was directly injected into Yiting's body, dazzling heaven and earth. Yiting wasn't the only one who could use this skill. Long Haochen could use it as well. Long Haochen was a knight, not a magician. Although he could use light magic, it was more of an auxiliary role. Even if it could be used in battle, it had to be coordinated with his body and couldn't be used in long-range attacks. Otherwise, wouldn't the knight be omnipotent? But Yiting was different. As a light elemental spirit, she was a genuine light magician. Her affinity with the light element was who knew how many times stronger than a human magician. After obtaining a large amount of life force from the illusory paradise and fusing with Long Haochen's original saint spiritual stove, Yiting had evolved into a powerful existence close to that of a high elf. Her strength had always been increasing along with Long Haochen's cultivation, because she herself lived in Long Haochen's spiritual aperture. The reason why Long Haochen's cultivation could increase so quickly was at least partly because of her. With the help of Long Haochen, who was also at the 7th rank, Yiting's ability to condense light elements had at least increased by a level. She slowly raised her staff, and the surrounding forest was suddenly illuminated. A clear and melodious chant came from Yiting's mouth. It was like the most beautiful music that made people feel relaxed and happy. Long Haochen's own spiritual power and Yiting's spiritual power fluctuated rapidly, and suddenly became more and more intense. Long Haochen's pair of golden eyes also became brighter and brighter, for spiritual wings spread out behind him. At this time, there was no need for him to hide himself. His spiritual wings and Yiting's wings were slightly flapping. In this state, the speed at which they absorbed light elements would certainly reach a quite terrifying level. How could the incomparably strong light elements not attract the attention of the demons? Almost immediately, the spore demons and tamed demons in the air noticed the movement here. The screams of the tamed demons sounded a warning, and immediately a group of 20 great demons under the leadership of a grade 8 demon lord flew over here. The grade 5 great demons were led by a grade 8 demon lord, which was not weaker than the demons that Long Haochen encountered in the Howling Fear Cave. Not to mention that they had reinforcements. The enemy's actions naturally appeared in Long Haochen's perception, but he did not react at all. He still concentrated on injecting spiritual power into Yiting. What he had to do now was to do everything possible to assist Yiting to complete this magic. At this time, Yiting's body was like a bottomless pit. Long Haochen was completely unfamiliar with her elven incantation. He was sure that this was a magic that Yiting had never used before. As for its power, he could only wait for Yiting to cast it. Whether it was the Holy Guard or Yiting, he could absolutely trust them. Long Haochen's position was about 2 kilometers away from the demon army. Although the distance was not short, it did not take long for the demons that were flying over. Moreover, it was not only the demons that were flying over, but there was also a spore demon following them. Obviously, they wanted to keep Long Haochen here. After all, Long Haochen was on the ground, unlike Wang Yuan and Sima Xian, who could easily escape from the top of the mountain. After breaking the mountain rocks, they only needed to use their spiritual wings to fly away immediately, and it would be difficult for them to catch up. The flying speed of the spore demon was also limited. Soon, the enemy was close. Long Haochen's eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, he fully showed his calmness as a temple knight and the leader of the monster hunters. At this moment, in Long Houchen's senses, he clearly knew the location of every demons. In fact, he could even clearly sense what kind of attack these demons were preparing to make. At the same time, he raised one of his hands to cast brilliant celestial body, and a strong orange light suddenly surged out, enveloping him and Yuting almost instantly. It was the Guardian Knight's powerful defensive skill, Shield Wall. It was the same shield wall, but this time, the defense was different from the one Long Houchen cast in the Dark Swamp. Back in the Dark Swamp, he had to protect the entire team, but now, he only needed to protect himself and Yuting. The orange shield seemed to only have two sides, and it was like a huge snail shell that protected the two of them. The rich orange light was calm. From afar, the divine snail shield of sun and moon looked like a large orange embedded in the mountain. The first to arrive was not the attack of the demons, but the mucus spat out by the spore demon. The green mucus with a strong fishy smell covered the sky and covered an area of thousands of square meters. Unfortunately, the spore demon's skill targeted the wrong target. If Long Houchen was still using the previous glorious holy shield, then, without a doubt, the spore demon's powerful slowing skill would immediately take effect. But what kind of existence was the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield? Even a Type 9 powerhouse would not have an easy time breaking through its defense. It could be said that as an oracle, as a temple knight, Long Houchen's strongest ability was not offense, but defense. As the green mucus fell, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield released a gentle elasticity. Regardless of whether it was liquid or spiritual energy, with Long Houchen and Yuting as the center, not a single drop of mucus could fall within a 10 m radius. All of it was repelled by the shield wall. This was the first time Long Houchen had used the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield on the battlefield, and the effects were undoubtedly excellent. At this time, under the leadership of the Type 8 Demon Lord, a small team of demons had arrived. Yuting's body emitted a pure and powerful light element, enough to shock and even terrify any demons. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations that could erupt at any time, any demons with some intelligence would be able to sense the threat. That was why they sent a Type 8 powerhouse to lead a great demon to investigate. After all, as the commander, the Type 9 Demon King could not personally take action. The Demon Lord did not let his minions test the waters at all. His senses were the strongest, and thus, he felt the greatest sense of urgency. The dark red sword in his hand brought about a shocking long rainbow as it slashed towards the shield wall set up by Long Houchen. Boom! The dark red light overflowed, and the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations caused all the coniferous trees in the surrounding 100 square meters to be smashed to pieces. The terrifying dark element even suppressed the great demons and prevented them from approaching. However, the Demon Lord's attack was futile. Inside the shield wall, Long Houchen's body shone with a golden light, and the spiritual energy that was injected into Yuting's body became stronger. This was the light's vengeance brought about by Divine Block. Shield Wall and Divine Block were the strongest defensive combination skills that the Guardian Knight could use to protect himself and his companions. Moreover, Long Houchen was using the epic-grade Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Houchen was now a Type 7 Demon Lord, and he had the strength to challenge the Type 8 demons in a head-on confrontation. Back when he fought with a bow, he was not at a disadvantage. It was just that his cultivation was far inferior to a bow's, so he was at a disadvantage in the end. When the Demon Lord's attack landed on the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, Long Houchen could clearly feel that his attack was immediately neutralized by the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. The original single-target attack seemed to have become an AoE attack, and the whole thing penetrated into the shield. The gentle elasticity of the Divine Snail Shield of Sun and Moon vibrated 16 times in a row. Each time it vibrated, it would greatly reduce the power of the attack. The actual vibrations that were transmitted to Long Houchen's hands were almost negligible. In other words, even if Long Houchen did not use Divine Block and just relied on Shield Wall, It was enough to resist the demon overlord's attack. This was something that Long Houchen did not expect. Of course, it did not mean that anyone could use the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield to block the attack of a powerhouse. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Firstly, the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield had only appeared thrice in history. In order to gain its recognition, one had to be an oracle of the light attribute. Secondly, the oracle that was recognized by the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield had to be strong enough to wield it. Long Houchen's Type 7 cultivation was just enough to equip the shield with the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield. Even so, he was still unable to display the full might of the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield. In other words, the Type 7 strength was the bottom line. If it were any other Type 7 powerhouse, if they had an epic grade shield, blocking the attack of a Type 8 powerhouse was nothing new. However, the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield was more compatible with Long Houchen's attributes, so it was easier for him to defend against it. After these few days of familiarizing himself with the shield, other than the fact that the shield could not be used at dawn and dusk, Long Houchen did not notice any other problems. Instead, he discovered some peculiarities of the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield. The size of the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield could be changed. At its largest, it could reach a diameter of 100 meters, and at its smallest, it could shrink to the size of a palm. The most powerful thing was that even if it shrunk to its largest size, the reduction in its defense was not particularly obvious. When it shrunk to its smallest size, its defense was shocking, perhaps comparable to that of a god weapon. The Devil Lord's attack was blocked, and his body paused in the air before landing on the ground. The Sun Moon Divine Snail shield's counterforce was not strong, but it still gave him a huge shock. It also made him feel that the enemy protected by the shield was very powerful. At this time, a group of great demons had already surrounded him. Without needing any instructions, they joined forces to attack Long Houchen. However, at this moment, Long Houchen gave off the feeling that he could do whatever he wanted, like a cool breeze caressing the hills. The shield wall formed by the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield was like a towering mountain. No matter how the enemy attacked, it would not budge. Of course, in the case of the enemy's attack, the spiritual power Long Houchen consumed to maintain the shield wall would increase. However, epic-level equipment was epic-level equipment. The Sun Moon Divine Snail shield only had one ability, which was defense. It consumed very little spiritual power for Long Houchen. At least, based on the current situation, it would not be a problem for the great demons to attack for a few hours. Roar! The Devil Lord roared at the sky and waved the heavy sword in his hand in the air, emitting a sharp red light. The red light soared into the sky, and the light blade quickly rose into the air. This was a signal to the army that the enemy was troublesome and not easy to deal with. Next, the Devil Lord held the sword with both hands. Dense dark elements quickly gathered in his body, and the great demons quickly ran behind him, forming a row one after another. Wasn't this the demon's conjoined, spirit-increasing skill? One had to know that Lin Xin used the crystal cores of the demons to research the conjoined spirit-increasing pill. Suddenly, the Devil Lord's aura increased exponentially, and the dense dark element's spiritual power surged wildly. The light on the dark red heavy sword in his hand became more and more intense, and gradually turned into dark red flames that rose and burned on the sword. The flames soared to the sky for more than 30 meters. It was really fierce and awe-inspiring. At this time, Long Houchen was abnormally calm. He was very clear that even if this Devil Lord received the conjoined spirit-increasing skill from his subordinates, his overall cultivation would not be able to break through to the 9th rank. The 9th rank was a huge bottleneck. Unless it was like the snake demon god Andamari, who relied on the powerful strength of the demon god pillar, it would be very difficult to break through. Therefore, this Devil Lord's next attack would at most be at the peak of the 8th rank. With the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield, shield wall, and divine block, Long Houchen was confident that he could block another attack. After this series of entanglements, coupled with the time it took for the demons to arrive, Long Haochen could clearly feel that Yu Ting's magic was about to be completed. The dark red flames suddenly gathered and turned into a huge light blade in the air. Wherever the light blade passed, the air exploded with a sound similar to rolling thunder. Large areas of the air were forcibly torn apart, and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations caused the ground around Long Haochen and Yu Ting to collapse. Boom! The huge dark red light blade ruthlessly chopped the shield wall that was like a big orange, and a strange scene appeared. A circle of orange and a circle of dark red spread out in a parallel state. There was also a lazy dragon's roar in the air. In the next instant, all the demons behind the Devil Lord fell down. This was caused by the huge impact of the Devil Lord's attack. The Devil Lord himself took 6 to 7 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His hands that were holding the heavy sword were already numb. He never expected that he would still be able to break through his opponent's defense, even though he had already raised his strength to the peak of the 8th rank. Moreover, in the next moment, he was shocked to see streaks of brilliant golden light shooting into the sky like fireworks. Yes, not just one, but many streaks. The golden light was like a geyser, bringing with it a dazzling halo and incomparably dense light element as it shot into the sky. Every streak of golden light expanded at a terrifying speed as they rose, so much so that they did not seem to shrink as they rose into the sky. With a flash of golden light, Yu Ting had already fused into Long Haochen's chest and disappeared. She had already completed the magic, but as for the effects brought about by the magic, she no longer had the energy to continue watching. The orange light receded, and Long Haochen swept a cold glance at the Devil Lord. The 4 wings on his back flapped, and in a flash, he had already fled into the distance. Of course, the Devil Lord was unwilling to let Long Haochen go just like that. With a loud roar, he immediately flapped his huge wings and chased after him. Although Long Haochen had repelled the Devil Lord's attack just now, he did not feel good either. After all, that was a peak of the 8th rank's attack. The Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield was indeed powerful. With the combination of the shield wall and divine defense block, Long Haochen did not suffer any shock. However, correspondingly, he consumed a lot of spiritual power. That attack just now had caused the spiritual power in Long Haochen's body to drop by a large margin. The more he used it, the more Long Haochen understood the mystical effects of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. He vaguely understood that with the ability of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, the enemy would not be able to cause any harm to him until his spiritual power was exhausted. However, it was clearly not a good time to fight with this 8th rank Devil Lord. He still had to support the 9th Holy Guard. Moreover, assisting Yating in casting magic had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Choosing to fight with the enemy at this time, especially when the enemy had reinforcements, was absolutely stupid. 4 wings were always faster than 2 wings. Although his cultivation was inferior to the opponent's, after Long Haochen suddenly flew up, it would not be easy for the 8th ranked Devil Lord to catch up to him. In terms of flying, Long Haochen was the 10th Holy Guard's proud disciple. He twisted and turned in the air, making some difficult movements from time to time, using turns and sudden acceleration to neutralize the enemy's pursuit. At the same time, he was constantly absorbing the light elements in the air through his 4 wings and breathing to recover his consumed spiritual power. Just as Long Haochen and the Devil Lord were engaged in a battle of pursuit, on the other side, the power of Yu Ting's magic began to show. Huge golden balls of light with dazzling tails descended from the sky, heading straight for the demon's core position. Their targets were the Hell Demons. This magic came suddenly, and the magic that Yu Ting cast had reached the 8th rank. When the Demon King saw the golden balls of light descending from the sky, even the expression of the leading Devil Lord changed. Magic was different from other things. It required chanting time, and this was true for both humans and demons. He didn't expect that even the Tier 8 Demon Lord he sent out would fail to stop the other party's magic. Moreover, the other party even managed to cast such a powerful magic. At this moment, the strength of a 9th rank powerhouse was revealed. Although the Devil Lord knew that it would not be too difficult for the Hell Demons in the army to resist this magic, he could not take the risk. If one of the balls of light fell into the Hell Demon formation, the losses would be huge. Hence, he could only soar into the sky and face this tyrannical magic attack himself. Although the golden balls of light descended from the sky one after another, they did not bombard in the same direction. This magic was the strengthened version of the light meteor that Yiting had once cast. Or rather, it was the group version. Each of the 9 balls of light was slightly weaker than a single light meteor, but their combined power was much greater. Furthermore, the area they covered was also very large. With the support of Long Haochen's spiritual power, Yiting cast this 8th rank light element group attack magic. The Devil Lord soared into the sky, and the moment his huge body flew up, a layer of dark golden light covered his body. The huge wings on his back spread out, and he suddenly flapped them down. Then, a shining dark golden greatsword appeared in his hand. This greatsword was actually faintly emitting an orange-red luster. It was actually an epic-grade dark attribute equipment. Among the demons, even a demon god might not be able to equip such a level of equipment. One could imagine how high the status of this Devil Lord was among the demons. The dark golden light flashed in the sky like a cold lightning. The Devil Lord's huge body moved as fast as lightning, and his body did not restrict his speed at all. Then, the first golden ball of light stopped in the air and suddenly exploded, turning into a golden rain of light that scattered in all directions. However, this was only the beginning. The demons below only saw the terrifying and majestic figure twisting and turning in the air as if he was teleporting. Dark golden lightning crisscrossed in the sky, and every time it flashed, a golden ball of light would solidify and explode in the air. Although the air was already filled with strong light elemental fluctuations, none of these light elemental fluctuations fell on the demon army below. When the Devil Lord released the last golden ball of light, the entire sky turned golden. The light meteor ray was a real big magic, an 8th rank AoE magic. Even if the Devil Lord, who was a 9th rank powerhouse, completely blocked it, he still felt a little suffocated. However, his expression did not become happy because he broke this magic. On the contrary, at this moment, the Devil Lord's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, because he suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. That's right, the light meteor array was broken by him, and not a single light elemental fluctuation fell on the demons below. However, 9 huge light stars exploded one after another, and each of them contained extremely strong light elemental fluctuations. After the explosion, how strong would the elemental fluctuations be? The light meteor was not as simple as Yiting's own power. It was a tyrannical magic that fully absorbed the light elemental fluctuations in the air during the process of ascending into the sky. It was a tyrannical magic that had borrowed the power of heaven. It was very normal for a magic of this level to produce elemental turbulence, not to mention in a situation where it exploded in a short period of time. In other words, the Devil Lord should be considered to have detonated this magic and not dissolved it. The strong light elemental turbulence surged and fluctuated violently in the air, and the gorgeous beauty was like the arrival of a galaxy. However, this was a galaxy full of destruction. Of course, the 9th rank Devil Lord would not feel anything, but some of the weaker demons would feel something big. When the light elemental storm appeared, the number of demons in the air was very small, but there were definitely 2 types of them: the spore demons and the tamed demons. From the beginning, when Long Haochen and Yiting discussed using this magic, he did not think about how much damage this magic could bring to the demons. What he needed to do was to delay the time when the demons left the space between the 2 mountains. With his understanding and trust of the 9th Holy Guard, he believed that the next magic that the 9th Holy Guard would cast would be even more earth-shattering than Yiting's, and it would definitely play an excellent role in delaying the demons. Therefore, his idea for Yiting's magic was very simple, which was to eliminate the tamed demons and the spore demons, the two auxiliary forces of the demons, as much as possible. How could he achieve this? Next, he had to design the light meteor array. If Long Houchen was the Devil Lord and was in charge of leading the team, what would he do? It was after considering his own choice that he came up with a plan. As it turned out, his plan was successful. The Devil Lord did intercept the light meteor array and did not let the hell demons below suffer any losses. However, he lost more than 2/3 of the tamed demons and all the spore demons. In such a powerful light elemental turbulence, even if the tamed demons survived, most of them were seriously injured, and this was because they were lucky to be on the edge of the turbulence. The four wings on his back flapped, and Long Houchen twisted his body and suddenly rose into the sky, dodging the Devil Lord's sweep. Then, his body flashed 4 times in succession, each time changing direction in the air, making the Devil Lord unable to cast the next attack. The next moment, the left wing suddenly retracted and the right wing flapped hard. Long Houchen's body seemed to be out of control, spinning in the air. In the process of this rotation, the aria of the Goddess of Light had already fallen into his hand, and he slashed it at the Devil Lord. Although there was a level gap between the two sides, the Devil Lord couldn't do anything to Long Houchen. In terms of flying ability, he was far worse than Long Houchen. In terms of flying speed, Long Houchen wouldn't fall behind him with his 4 wings, not to mention that Long Houchen had so many flying skills. At this time, he had taken the Devil Lord to the side of one of the 2 previous peaks, pulling away from the demon army. Of course, Long Houchen had been observing the movements of the army over there. In case the demon army sent strong reinforcements, he would immediately choose to return to the Tower of Eternity. However, the demon army was obviously confused by the light meteor array that fell from the sky just now, and they didn't send reinforcements for a while. As for those great demons, they couldn't keep up with the speed of Long Houchen and the Devil Lord at all. Previously, Long Houchen had been dodging, and suddenly launched an attack. The Devil Lord subconsciously used the heavy sword in his hand to block. With a soft clang, Long Houchen's body in the air changed again. He, who was spinning rapidly just now, actually used the Devil Lord's block to suddenly stop in the air. 2 rays of light, one gold and one blue, went straight for the Devil Lord's face with a loud dragon roar. This was one of Long Houchen's best skills, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light's Light Rain Double Dragon Summon, a powerful weapon skill that combined attack and control. Long Houchen's counterattack was so sudden that the Devil Lord wasn't fully prepared. However, the Devil Lord was still powerful. After repelling the aria of the Goddess of Light's first attack with his heavy sword, he stopped in the air and drew a circle with his heavy sword. Amidst an ear-piercing whistle, a blood moon seemed to appear in the air, and the blood moon went straight for Long Houchen's Light Rain Double Dragon Summon. If Kyr still had her memories and was on this battlefield, she would definitely be able to sense that the rank 8 Devil Lord Long Houchen was facing was much stronger than the one she had faced before. This demon's blood moon was extremely powerful. The instant the 2 skills collided, the dragon roar of Light Rain Double Dragon Summon disappeared, but the blood moon was also shattered. Both Long Houchen and the Devil Lord were taken aback because they were very confident in their skills. However, unlike the Devil Lord, Long Houchen still had a trump card. While the Light Rain Double Dragon Summon was attacking the enemy, Long Houchen quickly entered the realm of sword-hard illumination. With the aria of the Goddess of Light in his right hand, he slashed at the air. After flying in the air for a long time, he had already recovered a lot of his spiritual energy. Especially when the meteor array exploded, the light element in the air had clearly increased. Naturally, Long Houchen wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Moreover, the source of the spell was his and Yiting's spiritual energy, so he could absorb it much faster. Hence, he had recovered at least half of his spiritual energy. This was also the advantage of being a chosen. In addition, after consuming a few great recovery pills, Long Houchen now had the ability to fight his opponent. After all, not many of his skills required tens of thousands of spiritual energy points at once. Chapter 160. Long Houchin's void sword made the demon lord, who was about to attack, feel extremely awkward. The heavy sword that he had slashed out actually stopped in the air, because he felt that if he slashed out with this sword, then Long Houchin's sword that was spewing sharp golden light would definitely fall on him first. Therefore, he could only change his attack method. This pause naturally meant that he had a backup plan. This was the effect of the brilliant sword heart. At this moment, Long Houchin had already regarded himself as a part of the aria of the goddess of light, completely observing the opponent from the perspective of the sword. And when he slashed out with his sword, it was not because he observed the opponent's next move, but because he sensed it through the sword intent. Therefore, this seemingly light sword strike was actually aimed at the enemy's vital spot. It happened to be right in front of the enemy's path, and it immediately gave him the upper hand. Back then, even Abao, who was stronger than this demon lord, suffered a great loss under Long Houchin's sword intent of being one with the sword. What's more, the current Long Houchin had a deeper understanding of the sword intent than before. Next, Long Houchin slashed out 7 times in a row, each slash hitting the air, and the spiritual power was stored inside. But it was these 7 slashes that forced the demon lord to retreat 7 times. When he retreated for the last time, he actually spat out a mouthful of black blood in the air. Imagine a Tier 8 powerhouse trying to use spiritual power to attack 7 times, but having to forcibly interrupt the use of his spiritual power each time. How strong would the backlash be? It could be said that Long Houchin relied on his swordsmanship to force the demon lord to injure himself. At this moment, the demon lord finally felt how powerful Long Houchin was. This human who seemed to only have a Tier 7 cultivation base already gave him a feeling of fatal threat. Therefore, he already had the idea of retreating. He was a high-level demon, unlike the dual-bladed demons and the mad demons who were not afraid of death. Unfortunately, Long Houchin didn't want to let him go. He slashed out 7 times in a row. Not only did he force his enemy to retreat, but he also injured himself. At the same time, Long Houchin's aura reached its peak. At this moment, one could clearly see that Long Houchin's entire body was glowing with an incandescent radiance. The Holy Sword skill could only be used on his own weapon, but at this moment, Long Houchin used his understanding of sword intent and his control of the light element as a bless to make his entire body enter the state of the Holy Sword. At the same time, his right hand and arm became extremely transparent. Wasn't this the body of brilliant light? To put it simply, the previous 7 sword strikes were simply a process of him accumulating power. After the 7 consecutive sword strikes, the demon lord retreated and was injured. Long Houchin also paused for a moment. He did not pause because he did not have enough strength. On the contrary, it was because his aura had risen to its peak and was locking onto his opponent. Long Houchin held the hilt of the aria of the goddess of light with both hands. When he lifted the divine sword again, the demon lord suddenly felt as though a sun had suddenly passed through space and appeared in front of him. The sharp sword intent completely locked onto his body, so much so that he did not dare to retreat at all. At this moment, the powerful demon lord's mind actually went blank because he did not know what to do, let alone how to deal with this sword strike. However, all living creatures had survival instincts. After realizing how insignificant he was compared to his enemy, the Tier 8 demon lord made a prompt decision to bite the tip of his tongue, forcefully severing half of it. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, and a crimson glow enveloped his body. This was the Sky Demon disintegration technique that only high-tiered demons knew. Long Houchin had already seen this technique once when he fought against the snake demon god and Amari. However, the demon lord's Sky Demon disintegration technique was different from the one used by the snake demon god and Amari. And Amari's Sky Demon disintegration technique was at the demon god rank, which provided a greater boost to his body and had fewer side effects. Meanwhile, after this demon lord used the Sky Demon disintegration technique, even if he did not die, his cultivation base would drop from Tier 8 to Tier 6. Of course, compared to his life, the drop in cultivation base was nothing. The tyrannical, light elemental fluctuations attracted the attention of the demon army on the other side. At this moment, the Demon King had already issued the command to enter a state of highest alert. He had no idea how many enemies there were around him. Based on the Tier 8 AoE spell, he could tell that the humans intercepting them were considerably strong. As the commander of such an elite army, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. At this moment, layers of dark purple light surged out from the 500 hell demons. They were rapidly chanting incantations, and each hell demon held a blood-red crystal ball in their hands. That was their magic weapon. The dark purple light turned into a huge light barrier, enveloping the entire demon army within. They were already in a defensive position. With a combined defense of 500 hell demons, even a Tier 9 powerhouse would not be able to break through without a sufficiently powerful weapon. At this moment, the Demon King felt the intense light elemental fluctuations on the other side of the mountain. At this time, he could not care less about the life or death of his subordinate. To him, it was more important to protect the entire army. A blood-red light shone from his chest, and a layer of scarlet blood mist spread out from his body, covering the sky above the army. This was the elemental control of a Tier 9 powerhouse that was close to a domain ability. The Demon King could feel the incomparably sharp sword intent across the mountain. He felt a little cold, and it was no wonder that he was so concerned. After all, there was no direct level of sword intent. The sword intent that Long Houchen exuded with the aria of the Goddess of Light was already very close to that of the sword god of light Yi Wuxian. How could this level of sword intent not make the Demon King feel threatened? He never expected that after he led the army into the Demon Mountain range, he would encounter trouble so quickly. At this time, even without the obstruction of these powerful human enemies, they would soon be exposed without the cover of the demon's servants. At this time, the seed of retreat had already begun to appear in the Demon King's heart. It was not that he was not brave enough, but because the demons could not afford to lose so many elites. In this devil race army, just the powerhouses of Tier 8 and above alone numbered as many as 300. It could be said that among the demons, except for the top 5 races, no other race could compare to the army in front of them. If he lost too many, what awaited him when he returned would be the wrath of the undead demon god Samikina. He might even be punished directly by the demon emperor. The crystal white light was like a chain, like silk, and suddenly a crystal light blade horizontally in the air, cutting through the sky, leaving a dazzling tail flame in the air. The light just flashed, and then completely disappeared. Long Houchen, who was in the air, swayed slightly, and the aria of the Goddess of Light in his hand had naturally been retracted into his body. At this time, his face looked a little pale, and it was clear that he had consumed too much spiritual power. In fact, his spiritual power at this time could only barely support him to float in the air. However, his opponent was much more tragic. Although the demon lord's body was still floating in the air, it could be clearly seen that his eyes were gradually becoming silent, and a line of blood spread from the top of his head to the bottom of his body. His whole body was completely cut by Long Houchen's previous sword. This was strength, absolute strength. Sword intent, coupled with the aria of the Goddess of Light, allowed Long Houchen to raise his aura to the peak. Without good enough equipment, even a Type 8 powerhouse would find it hard to block. What was even more terrifying was Long Houchen's combat experience. First, he showed weakness to the enemy and escaped to attract the enemy's pursuit. From the moment he launched his attack to the moment the Demon Lord died, it only took a few breaths of time. The entire rhythm was completely under his control, and he did not give the Demon Lord a chance to display his strongest strength. Although Long Houchen was not old, his rich experience was far beyond that of his peers. How many times had he risked his life? How many times had he turned the tide in times of crisis? Every time he went through such an experience, it was a transformation and a strength boost for him. After a few years, whether it was in terms of mentality or combat experience, he could already compare with many of his seniors. Not to mention, he had also learned many powerful ancient abilities from the holy guards of the Tower of Eternity. With great difficulty, he flapped his spiritual wings and took the demon lord into the eternal melody before it died. Only then did Long Houchin turn around and look at the mountain next to him. In his memory, Holy Gar number 9 was flying towards this mountain peak. However, why did he still not feel any spiritual energy waves from magic? With the help of the other 3 Holy Guards, the magic that Holy Gar number 9 cast should be at least close to the peak of the level 8. While looking at the mountain in front of him, Long Houchin quickly landed on the ground and swallowed another spiritual recovery pill to quickly recover his spiritual energy. At the same time, he changed into a black robe and crawled on the ground, using the night to hide his figure. The plan had been going smoothly from the beginning until now, and it all depended on how much Holy Guard number 9 could do. Number 9, you have to hurry up, otherwise you might not be able to scare the demons. Wasn't that right? The demons were not fools. After being on full alert for a while, there was no movement. The intense spiritual fluctuations from the other side of the mountain also disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to silence. However, it was also this deathly stillness that made these demons even more fearful. After all, after entering the Demon Mountain range, it was equivalent to entering the humans' territory. They had no idea what they would encounter. They thought that they had concealed themselves well, but they did not expect to be discovered by the enemy so quickly. The feeling of being ambushed was too painful. They would rather fight the Sanctum Alliance's army head-on than be inexplicably suppressed without even knowing who the enemy was. That was much better. The Demon Lord was very calm. To be the commander of this army, strength alone was far from enough. The demons definitely had a lot of level 9 powerhouses. Even after being ambushed several times, the Demon Lord did not show any signs of anger. He just observed the surroundings coldly and did not leave the range of his army. He was the commander of the army and also the brain of the army. It could be said that once there was an army-level battle, the overall combat power of the army would be at least 30% different with or without him. At least the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed. Apart from the sudden magic just now, there was no other movement. A touch of coldness appeared on the Demon Lord's face. He had already guessed what kind of situation he had encountered. Although he was not sure that the ones who had ambushed him were human monster hunters, it was rare to see scouts with such strong individual strength. Moreover, the enemy's numbers were definitely not large. They were stalling for time so that the defenders of the Exorcist Mountain Range and the Demon Exorcist Mountain Range could prepare, withdraw the defense, and advance at full speed. The Demon Lord immediately issued an order after thinking clearly. At this time, the scouts he had sent out after the ambush had also withdrawn. The news they brought back was very consistent. They did not discover the appearance of the human army. Without the cover of the tamed demons, there was naturally no need to maintain a constant speed. The wisest choice was to pass through the Demon Exorcist Mountain Range and enter the humans' territory as soon as possible. As long as his elite army could fiercely wedge into the interior of the Temple League like a nail, then the Exorcist Mountain Range could only be destroyed. The Demon Exorcist Mountain Range would no longer be able to stop the advance of the demon army. The purplish-black light slowly receded. Maintaining the magic defense continuously consumed spiritual power. However, these infernal demons and the bear demons around them had a tacit understanding. After they ended the magic, they were directly carried on the shoulders of the bear demons and then continued forward. They were ready to pass through the valley in front of them and continue deeper into the Demon Exorcist Mountain Range. At this time, the Demon Lord suddenly felt as if something was wrong. This was the instinct of survival. The more powerful the expert, the stronger this instinct was. This had nothing to do with race, but only with strength. Even though he didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop! Defend with all your strength." At the same time as he shouted, a sudden change occurred. When the demons heard the commander's consecutive contrary orders, they could not help but feel a little puzzled. Then, a huge pressure appeared in their hearts, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. In fact, it was a mountain pressing down on them. The mountain on the side of the valley they were in, without any warning, without even making the slightest sound, slowly fell in their direction. Because the speed was very slow at the beginning, they did not feel it until a large number of gravel began to fall from the sky on the sloping mountain. Only then did the huge pressure appear. Dawn was still in the future, and the sky was still so dark. Under this dark curtain of night, an even darker mountain fell brazenly. The speed at which it pressed down increased rapidly, from slow at the beginning to an irresistible force. The whole process lasted less than half a minute. If there were only a few experts, they would definitely be able to escape with all their strength. However, this was an army, not a demon-hunting army. An army of up to 5,000 was crushed horizontally by a mountain with a maximum diameter of more than 2 kilometers in the valley. That terrifying feeling was even more terrifying than some level 9 forbidden spells. The instant the mountain pressed down, the Demon King's face became pale. He could not imagine how those humans had done it. They had actually been able to make a mountain collapse and turn it into a terrifying weapon. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to contend against a mountain peak. In the entire demon race, perhaps only the Demon God Emperor could contend against such a huge mountain. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to order a retreat at all costs. The mad demons at the front of the army ran forward at an astonishing speed. The great demons at the back also flapped their wings and flew away without hesitation. However, what about the bear demons and hell demons in the middle of the army? The hell demons could still use magic to increase their speed, but the bear demons had super strong defense, so their speed was their obvious weakness. In addition, there were comrades from other races on both sides. How could they retreat fast? The mountain that came crashing down from the sky didn't wait for anyone. In less than half a minute, when the huge mountain came crashing down, the 9th grade Demon King, who relied on his powerful spiritual energy to bring out at least a few dozen demon bears, felt his heart bleeding. That huge rumble almost caused the entire Demon Control mountain range to tremble. The terrifying seismic waves caused all the experts of the devil race to be sent flying, regardless of which race they belonged to. They were tumbling in the seismic wave. Although they were the absolute elites of the demons, such a terrifying shock wave could even shatter the surrounding mountains. How could they feel good when they endured it? Only the great demons flying in the air were slightly better. But their good mood only lasted for a short time. How terrifying was the collapse of a mountain. The violent rumble and the huge weight caused at least 7 mountains in the surroundings to collapse. Countless boulders with a diameter of more than 3 meters fell from the sky, as if the mountain god was angry, crazily smashing at the demon army. When the mountain collapsed, a golden figure soared into the sky, spreading his 4 wings and hovering in the air. Under the collapsed mountain, a yellow light flashed on his chest, and his aura disappeared in an instant. This was a real landslide. It was the first time Long Houchen had seen such a powerful scene. Although he had a high estimation of Holy Guard 9, he never thought that Holy Guard 9 could bring him such a huge surprise. He actually knocked down a mountain? For the demons, this could no longer be explained as a delay, but a fatal blow. While dodging the boulders in the air, Long Houchen's eyes showed unprecedented excitement. No matter how calm his mind was, it was impossible not to be excited at this time. He saw with his own eyes that at least 2/3 of the bear demons and hell demons were crushed under the mountain. Even those who escaped suffered the most direct and terrifying seismic shock wave after the mountain fell. Even Long Houchen, who was so far away, was shaken and sent flying backwards. Not to mention that he suffered it at such a close distance. This elite army of demons had been defeated. Long Houchen just laughed out loud, but his voice came to an abrupt halt. With a flash of golden light, his figure disappeared into thin air. He returned to the Tower of Eternity. Almost at the same time as he disappeared, a dark golden light swept past, and the next moment, the Demon King's hideous face, full of hatred and anger, was revealed. A human? Could it be that there was only one human? No, this was absolutely impossible. The blow in front of him was too huge for the Demon King. As the saying went, death before victory was achieved. The blow brought about by the collapse of this mountain to his army was indescribable. Although a small part of such a huge mountain had smashed into the mountain next to it, the heavy mountain still fell into the valley. If it were him, he might be able to drill a hole with his powerful spiritual power when the mountain fell to save his life temporarily. But he was a rank 9, and his subordinates were not rank 9. This army had been under his command ever since its establishment. Every powerhouse was carefully selected by him and had undergone strict training. They were only under the command of the Demon Emperor. When he was in this army, he was no longer the Demon King of the demons, but the commander of the God Emperor's second legion under the Demon Emperor. However, it was this elite army that he led that suffered a near-fatal blow before they could even see the human army. This was not only a humiliation, but also an incomparable failure. This was a crime that he could not bear. Who was that enemy? How could he disappear into thin air? What kind of ability was that? His spiritual energy fluctuations were clearly not strong. Could it be that he had just used a forbidden spell scroll? But he was of the light element. To be able to topple a mountain, it should at least be an earth element magic scroll. When Long Houchin disappeared, he clearly felt a scorching heat erupt from the eternal melody in his chest. This meant that there were powerful souls merging into the Tower of Eternity through the eternal melody. This naturally meant that the demon army, appearing out of thin air on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchin fell on his butt and couldn't help but laugh out loud. No matter how powerful the Demon King was, or how strong the elite legion was, I'd like to see how you can attack the humans now. I'll scare you to death. Holy Guard number 9, how did you do it? This is too fierce. It's completely beyond my imagination. Long Houchin subconsciously touched the golden skull on his chest. He couldn't help but think of the strange expression that Holy Guard number 9 had when he left. That was a kind of cruel, ferocious, and excited soul fluctuation. Obviously, Holy Guard number 9 had already decided what to do at that time. He was actually able to topple a mountain. Even though he borrowed the power of the other 3 Holy Guards, it was still terrifying. It was definitely a terrifying magic that was comparable to a forbidden spell. Yes, a forbidden spell. If the Alliance asked, perhaps they could only use an Earth Forbidden Spell scroll to explain. In fact, although the magic that Holy Guard number 9 cast was powerful, it did not reach the strength of a forbidden spell. Or rather, it was only close to the edge of a forbidden spell. If it was a true Earth-type forbidden spell, its power would be terrifying in a mountain range. It wouldn't be as simple as toppling a mountain. A real Earth-forbidden spell could even shatter a mountain in an instant, turning it into a meteor shower that smashed towards the enemy. However, don't think that a rank 9 powerhouse could use a forbidden spell. Even a powerful rank 9 powerhouse with a spiritual power of over 200,000 might not have the ability to use a forbidden spell. Casting a forbidden spell required a strong affinity with the element that the user belonged to, as well as having the ability to complete the incantation. Forbidden spells had a lot of uncertainty. Forbidden spells were not necessarily strong. Only by casting the right forbidden spell at the right time could it have the power to destroy the world. Demons were outsiders after all. They did not originally belong to this world. Therefore, the forbidden spells of the demons were created in the past 6,000 years. Not to mention the small number of forbidden spells, the conditions to use them were extremely strict. Only the top 10 demon gods could definitely use forbidden spells. It was hard to say for the demon gods that were ranked lower. It would depend on the specific situation and comprehension of each generation's demon god. Although Holy Guard number 9 toppled a mountain, the amount of spiritual power he used was much less than a forbidden spell. Otherwise, how could he have completed it? Even so, this spell clearly showed the difference between him and the other 3 Holy Guards. Until Holy Guard number 9 completed the spell, Long Houchin finally understood why the other 3 Holy Guards respected him so much. What Holy Guard now? 9 just cast was a combination spell of the same element. The whole process was actually not that complicated. However, to complete it, Not only did it require a huge amount of spiritual power, but it also required the support of the mountain. Moreover, it required precise calculation, control, adjustment of the rhythm of casting, finding the center of gravity, and other complicated processes. If the mountain was a little bigger, Holy Guard number 9 would not have been able to complete the spell. Reality proved that luck was still on the side of humans. Relying on his powerful earth elemental ability, Holy Guard number 9 directly drilled into the mountain and started destroying it from the inside. Of course, he did not destroy the entire mountain. Instead, he started destroying it from the inside, which was about 100 meters above the ground near the side of the demons. That was when Yating cast the spell, and the demons were in a mess. The first spell that Holy Guard number 9 cast was called Rock to Mud. He softened a large amount of rocks and mobilized the heavy and stable earth elemental energy to surge upwards, causing a gap to appear inside the mountain. Then, he continued to expand the gap, causing the weight on top of the gap to increase. When the gap was big enough, he used all his strength to cast the gravity spell. Only then was he able to complete this imitation of the earth elemental forbidden spell, move the mountains, and fill the seas. Not to mention the power of this spell, the creativity alone was far beyond the level of modern mages. Of course, Holy Guard number 9 paid a huge price for this. He and his holy guards would have to sleep for a long time. However, Long Haochen did not need them during this period of time. After entering the Temple League, he would not easily summon the holy guards to help him. After all, they were undead creatures, which could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. What a pity! After a short period of excitement, Long Haochen could not help but hit his left palm with his right fist. Yes, if the Temple League could ambush an elite team nearby and suddenly attack with the power of move the mountains and fill the seas, perhaps this elite army of demons would have to stay in the Demon Mountain Range forever. His companions were still in the mountain range, so Long Haochen did not dare to delay any longer. He sat cross-legged and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. With his current cultivation, 3 spiritual orifices, and the constitution of a god's favored, the whole recovery process only took a quarter of an hour. The Tower of Eternity, which had just absorbed so many powerful souls, would not be stingy to its new owner, Long Haochen. The light elemental energy was rich, at least 10 times stronger than the outside world. With a faint golden light, Long Haochen returned to the Demon Mountain Range. He tried his best to restrain the light that his spiritual energy could release. When he appeared, his figure flashed, and he went to the coniferous forest below. This was also the place that he had chosen before he left. The chaos in the distance had not ended, and Long Haochen could still hear the roars in the distance. The power of move the mountains and fill the seas had completely stalled the demons here. They were healing the wounded and the dying. After all, after this terrifying attack that was like a natural disaster, the number of injured far exceeded the number of dead. A short quarter of an hour was obviously not enough for the demons to solve the problem. Long Haochen did not try to approach again. He was very clear that the demons at this time were not only fragile, but also very sensitive. The rank 9 demon, King, could not wait for him to appear. Raising his perception to the extreme, Long Haochen silently felt the movement in the distance, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The damage of the demons was more serious than he had expected. Although he could not see the specific situation over there, he could feel that a large number of demons were lying on the ground. What made Long Haochen most comfortable was that when the mountain fell, the main ones that were smashed were the bear demons and hell demons. They were the strongest fighting force in this army, especially the 500 hell demons, especially the 500 hellish demons. If they were placed on the battlefield, they would be equivalent to 500 magic shooters and archmages. But now not many of them would be able to survive. Even if they were not smashed to death, they would be shocked to death. Without staying any longer, Long Haochen had done the best he could. Although the enemy was heavily injured, it was not something that their team of monster hunters could contend with. His goal had been achieved, so he naturally had to go back and meet up with his companions. Demon King Safin's heart was bleeding at this time. He was personally involved in digging up the mountain and rescuing his subordinates who had been smashed under. Relying on his powerful rank 9 strength, every time he struck, tens of square meters of rock would turn to ash, but there would not be any tremors. But what appeared in front of him were indistinct corpses that had been crushed into meat paste. He had done a simple head count and gathered the mad demons that had escaped on the other side. The entire army had only a little more than a third of them unscathed. Less than 2/3 of them had survived. At least 1,000-strong demon warriors had fallen under the mountain. This was a loss that Safin could not afford to bear. Furthermore, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Roar! Safin roared at the sky and threw a few punches at the mountain in front of him. The explosions sent rocks flying, and huge holes were blasted out. Don't let me find out who it is. Don't let me find out who it is. Demon King Safin roared at the sky once more. In his mind, the image of the golden silhouette that had suddenly vanished appeared. For wings, he had 4 wings. Pass down my orders, take the wounded and retreat. Their ambush had failed, and they had suffered heavy losses. Many of his demon warriors were injured. He had no other choice but to retreat. The Temple League had most likely found out about the situation here. If they did not leave now, they might not even be able to leave. Carrying a thick unwillingness and overflowing hatred, the Demon King, commander of the God Emperor's 2nd Legion, Safin, led his subordinates and retreated along the path they came from. Boss, how did you do that? When Long Haochen regrouped with his companions at the top of the mountain, he was immediately surrounded by them. Although they were far from the scene of the incident, the terrifying rumble from the collapse of the mountain had probably spread throughout the entire mountain range. They had naturally heard such a huge commotion. Long Haochen recounted the entire process, and everyone was dumbfounded. Holy Guard 9, is that strong? He couldn't have cast a forbidden spell, right? Lin Xin had a look of envy. Relying on a single demon to stop such a powerful army, for a mage like him, this was too shocking. Long Haochen shook his head and said, I can be sure that it wasn't a forbidden spell. He probably took advantage of the terrain and added some special spellcasting ability. However, you really should learn from the Holy Guards. Be experience or strength, they are far beyond our reach. There are still many things to learn. Wang Yuanyuan said, Commander, since they have already been crippled, do you think they will continue to advance? Long Haochen shook his head and said, On the way back, I already discovered that they were retreating. Their target was exposed, and they suffered such a blow. As long as the commander isn't an idiot, he definitely won't continue to lead the army forward. This mountain range may be lacking in other things, but it's not lacking in mountains. If they are crushed again, won't they go crazy? This is also good. The next time the demon army has the idea of sneaking into the mountain range, they will probably be traumatized. Who knows if that mountain will suddenly collapse? Everyone laughed at the same time. With such a result, they could be completely proud of themselves. When the demon army truly retreated from the mountain range, the sky was gradually turning bright. The light of dawn belonged to humans who loved light, but for the demons, this was a crushing defeat. Chapter 161. Watching the demon army leave, Long Haochen and his companions resumed their journey, crossed the mountains, and sneaked toward the site of the incident. With so many strong demons dead, it would be good if they could get some magical crystals. Demons were not the only ones who could dig mountains. Hearing the sound was one thing, but seeing the real thing was another. When Wang Yuanyuan, Lin Xin, Sima Xian, Kai and Shininga looked at the collapsed mountain, they could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. In their hearts, they vaguely imagined what it would be like if they were the ones facing a mountain peak that suddenly collapsed. Boss, what should we do? Sima Xian asked Long Haochen. Long Haochen said, dig and see how many magical crystals we can find. No matter what kind of demon's magical crystals, they are quite precious. Bring them back for Lin Xin to make potions. Okay. Lin Xin immediately beamed with joy as he agreed. This trip to the demons had made him, the team's god of wealth, grinning from ear to ear. The good things they brought back, whether in terms of value or usefulness, were all huge. Chuninger now had 300 magic crystals of the 6th step and above. It was enough for Madul to squander. The corpses of various demons and magical beasts, especially those of forest boas and snake demon god Andamari, were all collected by Lin Xan. Lin Xan deeply felt that his potion refining ability would definitely improve greatly after returning this time. It was only a matter of time before he truly reached the level of master. After all, which potioneering potion master could have so many materials to squander? Long Houchen naturally had his reasons for staying here to clean up the battlefield. With such a big movement here, it was impossible for the Temple League on the other side of the Demon Mountain Range not to feel it. Moreover, Han Yu's news should have been delivered. He believed that it would not take long for the army to come to their aid. After meeting with the army, telling them the actual situation and leaving together was obviously better than rushing over. Besides, there were so many high-level demons' corpses and magical crystals here, it would be a waste not to take them. These are their spoils of war. The glorious task of opening the mountain naturally belonged to Sima Xian and Wang Yuan. Even if Sima Xian Vigor Ball of Light didn't have any additional skills, its terrifying weight, crushing, and explosive skills made it the best choice for opening the mountain. Everyone followed the path that Demon King Safin had used to open the mountain, blasting inwards. One magical crystal after another fell into Lin Xian's pocket. However, he was still somewhat dissatisfied because the demons' corpses were too tragic and hard to make use of. After all, it was difficult to preserve a severely damaged corpse even in a storage artifact. Their work didn't last too long before the reinforcements arrived. Under Han Yu's lead, a group of Alliance elites that shocked Long Houchen and the others quietly arrived. The number of elites in the Alliance was much less than he had imagined, only about 300 or so. However, it wasn't until they were within 200 meters that Long Houchen's perception sensed something, and this feeling came from Han Yu. One by one, assassins wearing gray clothes and veils quietly appeared, quickly surrounding Long Houchen and the others. These assassins didn't have the slightest sharp aura. On the contrary, they couldn't feel any aura from their bodies at all. A total of 300 people, when they silently surrounded the cave that Long Houchen and the others had opened, it was as if they were formed from 300 balls of air. Long Houchen and the others slowly walked out of the cave, their movements very slow. This wasn't deliberate. It was because they had no choice but to be slow. In their eyes, although these assassins in gray were calm, it seemed as if the slightest provocation would turn them into a flood of death and swallow them up. Boss, Han Yu saw Long Houchen and the others walk out of the cave and immediately shouted in surprise. He had no idea what had happened. How could a mountain peak collapse here? Why were Long Houchen and the others here? Where did the enemy go? At this moment, his heart was full of questions. Han Yu looked a little tired. Rushing day and night had exhausted him both physically and mentally. Han Yu's call of boss caused the gray-clothed assassins' enmity to subside, but they were still like air, not moving at all. Only a skinny and small assassin dressed in dark clothes came to Han Yu's side. Long Houchen strode forward and said to Han Yu sincerely, "You've worked hard." Han Yu hurriedly said, "It's nothing, boss. Where are the enemies? Where are the demons?" He was really anxious at this moment. He had brought so many powerhouses from the assassin temple here, but the demons had disappeared. Wasn't this a lie? This was a responsibility that their team couldn't bear. Long Houchen said, "The demons have retreated. Look." As he said that, he pointed to the mountain behind them. Han Yu was dumbfounded, and the assassin beside him finally turned from calm to astonishment. An old voice rang out. "Young man, don't tell me that it was you who brought down this mountain, and that the demon elites were buried under it? From the images you brought back, it was probably one of the most elite armies of the demons, the second army of the God Emperor." Long Houchen shook his head and said, "Not all of them, only a part of them. Most of the bear demons held demons, and a small number of great demons and mad demons were buried under it. I estimate that the demons lost about a third of their troops. Then they retreated. The bodies of the demons are still under the mountain. We dug some out. You can go in and take a look." With his keen perception, he could tell that the assassin in front of him was without a doubt an 8th-rank assassin. Following that, The work here was naturally taken over by the assassins. What shocked Long Houchen was that among the 300 assassins that appeared here, there were actually more than 20 Stage 8 assassins, and the rest were all Stage 7 assassins. This was the most elite force of the Assassin Temple, the Hidden Chivalry Hall. The Hidden Chivalry Hall had a total of 36 Hidden Chivalry assassins, as well as a group of Chivalry assassins. This time, it was clear that they had sent out all their elites. Soon, information from all sides was gathered, confirming Long Houchen's words. The Hidden Chivalry assassin who had talked with Long Houchen before spoke with Long Houchen again had a completely different expression. Young Monster Hunters Captain, you are the heroes of the Alliance, as well as the heroes of our Exorcist Mountain Pass. On behalf of the millions of soldiers and civilians of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, I thank you. While speaking, he respectfully saluted Long Houchen. Long Houchen hastily returned the salute. Respected Hidden Chivalry Assassin, this is what we should do. The Hidden Chivalry Assassin smiled. I am the 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin. I am the commander of this operation. I originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect that it would only be the finishing touches. I will truthfully report your merits to the higher-ups. However, we must hurry back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass as soon as possible. Oh, right. I still haven't asked for your name. Long Houchen said, I am the commander of Monster Hunt 64. Long Houchen. Commander? The 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin was shocked. Commander Monster Hunters actually had an Earth-forbidden spell scroll. Even Demon Hunt squads would need at least 1,000,000 contribution points to purchase such a thing. Moreover, how could a Demon Hunter at the commander level be able to activate an Earth-forbidden spell scroll? However, his shock had yet to come. He suddenly realized the name Long Houchen said. You are Long Houchen? This time, the calm Hidden Chivalry Assassin's voice changed a bit. Long Houchen nodded, puzzled. Yes, you have heard of me? In his opinion, it should be because of his relationship with Kai that this 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin had heard of him. However, there was no need for him to be so surprised. Of course I have heard of you. Your name is simply like a thunderclap piercing my ears. So it's you. No wonder. Listening to his words, Long Houchen was somewhat puzzled. Without waiting for him to ask, the 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin impatiently said, This won't do. You must quickly leave with me. We must immediately fly back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Senior, you are. Long Houchen looked at him with great puzzlement. The others were also the same. This 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin's excitement was somewhat abnormal. The 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin said in a deep voice, Follow me first. I will explain it to you on the way. You're finally back. Next, he ordered the other assassins to immediately return to the Alliance, while he took Long Houchen's group of 7 to leave. He unfolded his spiritual wings and directly flew towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Senior, can you tell me what happened now? Flying in the air, Long Houchen once again asked the 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin. Seeing the 4 spiritual wings on Long Houchen's back, the 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin was once again startled. This youngster was really blessed by the heavens. No wonder. The demon army has besieged the city. Since you have returned from there, you should know about it. The 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin said. Long Houchen nodded and said, We have seen it. This time, the demons have come menacingly, and the troops they have gathered are quite considerable. That is why we took a detour to this side and crossed the mountain to return. We just happened to run into the God Emperor's 2nd Legion. The 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin said, The same situation is not only happening in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, but also in every important checkpoint of the Alliance. The demons have mobilized the majority of their troops to launch a holy war against the Alliance. Although Long Houchen had already guessed the intensity of this war, he did not expect it to be to this degree. A holy war was a terrifying war that would not end until one side was dead. This was a collision between 2 races that would go all out. But the demons had not launched such a war for at least 2,000 years. Could it be that they had gone mad? The 4th Hidden Chivalry Assassin looked at Long Houchen with a profound gaze and said, Do you know why there is this holy war? Long Houchen shook his head. Have a guess. The fourth hidden chivalry assassin said, "The demons came very suddenly. About half a month ago, the demon army began to gather at the border of the strongholds, but they did not attack. The Alliance quickly responded, mobilizing the troops inland and sending all the reserve troops. At the same time, a large number of civilians were called to prepare for a response. The demon emperor Feng Xiu ordered people to send the Book of Holy War. He made a request. If we can fulfill this request, then he will immediately withdraw his troops. Otherwise, he will launch a holy war with tens of millions of troops that will spread to the entire border." What request did he make? The demon's sudden outburst not only confused Long Haochen, but also filled him with shock and a thirst for knowledge. The fourth hidden chivalry assassin took a deep breath and said word by word, "Because of you." "What? Me? Are you sure?" When Long Haochen heard this answer, the first thing he felt was inconceivable. The second thing he felt was still inconceivable. How is this possible? Even if I escaped from a bow and caused a lot of trouble for the demons, every monster hunter is doing the same. Is there a need for the demon emperor to make a big fuss over a minor issue and start a holy war just for me? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin smiled bitterly. No one understands why the demon emperor did this. However, this is his reason. He wants the Alliance to hand you over. Otherwise, he will start a holy war. This is his only request. It was not only Long Haochen who had a strange expression on his face. How could his companions not be the same? A holy war that concerned the survival of the demons and humans was actually started because of Long Haochen. This reason was too incomprehensible. Sima Xian couldn't help but say, "Is it because the demon emperor knows that we destroyed a demon god pillar?" However, the news can't be that fast. Even if he knew, he shouldn't have reacted so early. What did you say? You destroyed a demon god pillar? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin felt that his heart's endurance was starting to drop. He felt that his worldview was starting to have problems. Such a commander-grade demon hunt squad was able to destroy a demon god pillar? How is this possible? How is this possible? Long Haochen was also completely confused at this time. He immediately denied Sima Xian's statement and said, "It can't be because of this. No matter how hasty it is to start a holy war, the demons would still need a month's time. At that time, we were still in Greyjock City. Is the demon emperor crazy?" At this time, his heart was a little confused. He also didn't understand why the demon emperor did this. He also didn't understand why he had inexplicably become the demon emperor's target. Moreover, it was at the cost of a holy war. Kai suddenly said, "Then did the Alliance agree to the demon emperor's conditions?" She, who had been confused after losing her memory, suddenly asked such a crucial question. The others immediately became vigilant. Yes, did the Alliance agree to the demon emperor's conditions? After all, no matter how talented Long Haochen was, he was only one person. And if the demons started such a holy war, it would lead to the destruction of the people. It was not impossible for the Alliance to give up on Long Haochen. It was only because Long Haochen didn't return that he confronted the demons. If that was really the case, then, now, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. The eyes of the General Class Monster Hunt 64 team were also focused on the fourth hidden chivalry, waiting for his answer. Chapter 162. Hearing Kai Er's question, hidden hero number 4 chuckled and said, "Agree? How could I agree? If I agreed, would the Demon Emperor still send his elite Second Divine Emperor Legion to ambush us?" The Alliance has two opinions regarding the conditions proposed by the Demon Emperor. The first opinion mainly comes from the Knights Templars, the leaders of our Assassin Temple, and the Warrior Temple. They strongly oppose handing over Long Haochen, and there is no room for negotiation, especially the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars expressed that if the Alliance's final decision is to hand over Long Haochen, then the Knights Templars will choose to leave the Alliance. Hearing Hidden Hero number 4's words, Long Haochen instantly felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. The agitation of his emotions caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. The Knights Templars are actually leaving the Alliance for me? Hidden hero number 4 continued. The warrior temple's reaction isn't any less intense than the Knights Templars'. Qiu Yonghao directly slammed the table in the meeting with his eyes wide open. Speaking of which, Temple Master Yang Haohan of the Knights Templars is still our alliance's leader. Originally, he wouldn't have been so eager to express his stance, but he was forced by Temple Master Qiu Yonghao. Qiu Yonghao said in the meeting that if the Knights Templars are prepared to give up on you, then the Warrior Temple will do everything in its power to take over the task of protecting you. Then there's our Assassin Temple. Temple Master Sheng Yu said that you are his grandson-in-law. Whoever intends to hand you over will have to step over his dead body first. At this point, Hidden Hero number 4's expression became a little strange. During the meeting, as a representative of the Assassin Temple, he was also present. He clearly remembered the strange situation. The representatives of the 6 major temples had just sat down and hadn't started discussing when the Warrior Temple Master Qiu Yonghao was the first to speak. Then, the Alliance Master said that Long Haochen is the only heir of the Knights Templars. If the Alliance ultimately decides to hand over Long Haochen, then the Knights Templars will leave the Alliance. Coupled with Sheng Yu's statement, the entire place fell into a strange silence. Then, it was Hero Sheng Yu jumping up and down, leaving the 3 major temples stunned. At first, the heroic hidden assassin didn't think much of it. Wasn't he just a young man who wasn't even 20 years old? Even if he was extremely talented, even if the Alliance did not intend to hand him over, there was no need for the Hall Masters to be so emotional. However, after seeing him today, there was a clear change in his attitude. That's right, a commander-grade monster hunters was able to block the God Emperor's 2nd Legion's sneak attack on the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Moreover, he was able to reduce the number of monster hunters by a 5th and injure more than a 3rd. How could the 3 Temple Masters not be concerned? If this young man is given enough time, he will definitely become a legend of the Alliance in the future. After hearing Hidden Hero number 4's words, Long Haochen wasn't just excited. At this moment, it was as if a fire was burning in his heart. There had never been a moment where his heart was so firm. He had never thought that the 3 Temple Masters would love him so much for him. Only by doing his utmost for the Alliance could he repay this deep love. Hidden Hero number 4 continued. When the 3 Temple Masters expressed their stance, the atmosphere of the meeting changed. Originally, many of the temple's upper echelons weren't familiar with you. But now, you have become famous. Afterwards, the Magic Temple's Temple Master appeared to appease the 3 Temple Masters. The Magic Temple's Temple Master told everyone to calm down and carefully analyze the Demon Emperor's condition. First of all, the Demon Emperor used a person as a bargaining chip to decide whether or not to start the Holy War. This in itself is abnormal. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that he originally planned to start the Holy War and was just looking for an excuse. And since you have already been captured by the demons, it is even more impossible for us to hand you over. The second is that your existence is a threat to the demons' rule. Only then would the Demon Emperor attach such importance to you. And no matter what the situation is, it is impossible for us to hand you over. Therefore, the 3 Temple Masters don't need to be so emotional. This is just being worried. Hearing Hidden Hero number 4's words, Long Haochen's companions finally heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Alliance had reached a consensus, then Long Haochen was naturally safe. Hidden Hero number 4 smiled and said, "The next part of the meeting is more interesting. Long Haochen, your background has been completely dug out, and the Knights Templars can no longer hide anything about you. After all, this concerns the entire Alliance." The second half of the meeting became a discussion about your situation. Han Yu asked, "Then how did the Alliance arrange the leader?" Hidden Hero number 4 said, "This wasn't mentioned at the time. It was a private discussion between the Temple Masters. I don't know the specifics, but the higher-ups gave orders to bring you to the nearest fortress as soon as you were discovered to return. I'm sure when you meet Temple Master Shang Yu, you will know the answer. At least it won't be a bad thing." In the process of flying to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, Hidden Hero number 4 once again saw how extraordinary the monster hunters were. Apart from Long Houchin, the other people's spiritual energy wasn't enough to continue flying for such a long time. But they couldn't withstand the existence of Han Yu, an aerial refueling machine. Halfway through the flight, when everyone's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, he directly activated his light's blessed spiritual stove, helping his companions recover their spiritual energy in a short period of time. Even Hidden Hero number 4 enjoyed the powerful effects of the light's blessed spiritual stove. What kind of knowledge did Hidden Hero number 4 have? He could naturally see that this was a rare auxiliary spiritual stove. Moreover, he had never even heard of the existence of this spiritual stove. Originally, he was only interested in Long Houchin, but now his interest in his entire team was greatly increased. Yes, under a strong general, there were no weak soldiers. Long Houchin's strength was astonishing, so how could his companions be inferior? However, there was a question in his heart that he didn't ask. Long Houchin and the others said that they used earth element scrolls, but through observation, the magicians in his team weren't earth element. To be precise, there was no earth element person in his team. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was as magnificent as before, but compared to the last time Long Houchin and the others came, the current Exorcist Mountain Pass was much more lively. The city was bustling with people coming and going, and almost all of these busy people were related to defending the city. Long Houchin and the others even saw soldiers escorting magic cannons and other heavy weapons towards the top of the city wall. After obtaining accurate information from Hidden Hero number 4, Long Houchin's heart was somewhat heavy. How intelligent was he? After experiencing so many things, if he still couldn't guess why Demon Emperor would use him as a condition to blackmail the Temple League, then he wouldn't be worthy of being a god's favored. How Yue, my good brother, just what is your origin? In your own world, you are called the terrifying wrath of heaven. This time, even Demon Emperor is so afraid of you that he didn't hesitate to launch a holy war. Is your potential really that terrifying? Yes, Long Houchin could be sure that Demon Emperor didn't launch such a holy war for him, even if he was a god's favored. In the history of the demons and humans, it wasn't like God's favored had never appeared. For example, wasn't the son of Samsara also a God's favored? It was impossible for a God's favored to make all the demons go to war, because it simply wasn't worth it. Recalling all the things that happened to Hao Yue, the answer easily appeared in Long Houchin's heart. The first time he encountered a demon god was in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At that time, there were 3 demon gods ranked at the bottom. At that time, Long Houchin still vaguely remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to have heard Hao Yue's roar. In the end, he was saved. Although he didn't know what Hao Yue did at that time, it was very likely that he intimidated those demon gods, allowing him to return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass with his future father-in-law, Sheng Lingxin, and not die on the battlefield. Not long after, he met Demon Emperor for the first time. At that time, Demon Emperor personally came for Hao Yue. At that time, Hao Yue only had 3 heads. Although he didn't know why Demon Emperor's spiritual search failed, it was clear that Demon Emperor knew that Hao Yue would bring disaster to the demons in the future. Therefore, he rushed to the Exorcist Mountain Pass in such a hurry. What happened next made Long Houchin's memory even more clear. More than once, when he encountered powerful demons, Hao Yue's roar released a purple aura that made those demons retreat. This also included a bow. And finally, what confirmed Long Houchin's guess was the operation in the Dark Swamp. He never thought that Hao Yue would be able to do what humans couldn't in 6,000 years. The first time he destroyed a demon god pillar of the demons. It was no wonder that Demon Emperor attached so much importance to Hao Yue. Hao Yue's existence was indeed a threat to the demons. If he and Hao Yue were allowed to mature, then in the near future, perhaps the demons would really be destroyed by his and Hao Yue's hands. If such a day really came, it would really be great. Regarding Hao Yue, Long Houchin never doubted anything. He and Hao Yue were one and the same. Part of each other's blood flowed in their bodies. Long Houchin could be sure that his growth in the light attribute naturally came from his physique as a god chosen. But in terms of external spiritual power, his strength now far surpassed his companions. Most likely, it was still because of Hao Yue. Not to mention, when Hao Yue evolved, it also led to his evolution, greatly increasing his spiritual power. Of course, he couldn't hand over Hao Yue. Even if he died, he had to protect Hao Yue. Of course, if he really died, under the effect of the contract, Hao Yue would probably die with him. However, Long Haochen's heart was now very uncomfortable, even depressed. In any case, this holy war started by the demons was because of him and Hao Yue. The collision of tens of millions of demons and millions of human armies. What kind of suffering would it cause? It was unknown how many soldiers and civilians would die because of this war. Although this holy war would probably happen sooner or later, as the fuse, he had a heavy responsibility in his heart. Hidden Knight number 4 directly brought Long Haochen and the others to a conference room in the Assassin Temple, then hurriedly went to report. Without outsiders, everyone subconsciously cast their eyes on Long Haochen. Everyone's emotions were a little complicated. Only Kair was slightly at a loss. When she walked into the Assassin Temple, there was a slight change in her expression. Vaguely, Kair seemed to feel that this place was very familiar. "Boss, will it be okay?" Lin Xian looked at Long Haochen with some worry. The news of the demons' large-scale invasion and the Demon Emperor starting this holy war had a huge impact on the General Tier Monster Hunt 64, not to mention that Long Haochen himself was the core of this storm. How could his companions not be worried? Long Haochen shook his head without hesitation and said, "It will be fine. We just need to listen to the Alliance's arrangements. You heard what Hidden Knight number 4 said just now. I only want to fight for the Alliance now." "Yes, fight for the Alliance." Sima Xian's eyes flashed fiercely as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield immediately. The others also nodded slightly, feeling a lot more at ease. Long Haochen was the soul of this team. Although it couldn't be said that he never made mistakes in previous missions, at least he rarely made them. As long as he could calm down and think that nothing would happen, the others would naturally feel much more at ease. In fact, how could Long Haochen not feel complicated at this time? Only he truly understood that the Demon Emperor really started this holy war because of him and Hao Yue. If he stood up, perhaps this holy war could end. But could he do that? The answer was of course no. This was a war between two races. Even without him as the fuse, with the continuous development of humans, this holy war would come sooner or later. Moreover, although Long Haochen was the son of the light, he also cherished his life. More importantly, the one who had to give up his life to end this holy war was not him, but his good companion and good brother, Hao Yue. Humans were selfish. No matter how kind and bright Long Haochen's heart was, he was still a human. He also had selfish motives. How could he watch Hao Yue throw away his life just like that? That was impossible. However, he also didn't want to see the Alliance being destroyed in the war. Therefore, his heart was in a mess now. He had already thought it through. No matter what the Alliance's final decision was, even if they had to hand him over, he would fully support the Alliance's decision. Moreover, he had already decided to report the secret of Hao Yue's threat to the demons to the Alliance. Everything would be decided by the Alliance. It was painful for Long Haochen to make such a decision, but at the same time, he felt much more relaxed after making this decision. At least he could live up to his own feelings. The worst-case scenario was that the Temple Alliance would hand him over. If that was the case, he would choose to die together with Hao Yue. Hidden Hero number 4 was very efficient. The surrounding space suddenly distorted slightly. Long Haochen's gaze instantly sharpened as he locked onto a position. His right hand moved slightly, but it immediately returned to normal. In the next instant, a gray figure stepped out of the void. Wasn't it the Assassin Temple Master, Hero Shengyu? Shengyu saw Long Haochen at a glance, due to the aura, and he happened to see him retract his hand. A strange look appeared in his eyes, and the second person he looked at was naturally Kai. When Kai's eyes met Shengyu's, her body suddenly trembled slightly. The confusion in her eyes seemed to open a gap as she stared blankly at Shengyu. Her entire body seemed to have stiffened. Shengyu thought that it was because his great-granddaughter was excited to see him, so he didn't pay any more attention to Kai. Instead, he shifted his gaze back to Long Houchen. However, he didn't say a word. He raised his hand and grabbed at Long Houchen's head. With Shang Yu's strength, a murderous intent burst forth as he stretched out his 5 fingers. The temperature in the entire meeting room dropped rapidly, and a terrifying pressure appeared around Long Houchen. Who would have thought that this hero would make a move as soon as he appeared? Moreover, Shang Yu was so fast that he was already in front of Long Houchen by the time he raised his arm. The others didn't even have a chance to react when he grabbed at them. Long Houchen's reaction was extremely fast. When Shang Yu's gaze focused on him again, he already sensed danger. He was originally sitting on the chair, but he didn't stand up at this moment because time didn't allow him to stand up. He kicked the table in front of him with his right foot, and he slid backward along with the chair. At the same time, he pointed at the void with his right forefinger like a knife. It could be seen that Long Houchen's right index finger and middle finger had turned into a transparent golden crystal in an instant. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, a sword aura shot directly into the void. Not only that, Long Houchen's body swayed slightly, and a layer of orange light had already enveloped him. Poof! The golden sword aura pierced straight into Shang Yu's palm, causing the hero's right claw to pause for a moment. When his right claw fell again, it hit the shield wall set up by the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Houchen's shield wall skill was completely instantaneous. Coupled with the stab that was filled with sword aura, Shang Yu's right hand actually slid across the shield wall. The orange light of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield shone brightly, and it was pushed backward. However, it didn't hurt Long Houchen's body. The team's teamwork showed at this moment. Although no one understood why Shang Yu attacked Long Houchen, they had fought together with Long Houchen many times. As a result, when Long Houchen's side made a move, the others almost immediately took action. Sima Xian swung his right hand, and the vigorous ball of light smashed towards Shang Yu with a sharp whistling sound. Moreover, it blocked in front of Shang Yu, preventing him from continuing to attack Long Houchen. At the same time, a loud and clear phoenix cry was heard. Lin Xin activated his Heart's Flame Phoenix without hesitation. They were facing a rank 9 hero. How could they not use their full strength? Han Yu's wild blood slashed out with a crazy aura, and it directly slashed at Shang Yu's lower body, sweeping towards Shang Yu's knees. Wang Yuan's divine soul shield flew out, and her attack was directly aimed at Shang Yu's neck. He was above and below Han Yu. In addition, Sima Xian was in front of him. It could be said that he had sealed off all of Shang Yu's escape routes. What shocked Shang Yu even more was that at the same time these fellows made their move, a monstrous aura suddenly burst forth. The terrifying dragon might of the heaven-defying demon dragon instantly filled the entire conference room. Not to mention here, the entire assassin temple could probably feel the existence of this dragon might. The only one who did not move at all was Kai. She was still in a completely sluggish state, standing there in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Shang Yu was indeed worthy of being a hero, the assassin temple's temple master. Faced with the siege of these young people, although he was shocked, his reaction was not slow at all. He took half a step forward, and his figure flashed. First, he avoided the side of the vigorous light ball, and then his right hand slashed at the vigorous light ball. At the same time, his body floated horizontally, and both his legs kicked out at the same time to meet the attacks of Wang Yuan and Han Yu. These young people were only at the rank 6 cultivation base, and Shang Yu was at the rank 9. Therefore, although he did not underestimate them, he could not use his full strength. Hence, he could only use the simplest spiritual energy and rely on his instincts to fight. However, Shang Yu did not expect that he was really careless today. He had really underestimated the strength of a General Class Monster Hunt 64. In particular, he had underestimated the power of Sima Xian's vigorous light ball. When Shang Yu's right hand slashed at the vigorous light ball, he thought that although this weapon looked very heavy, Sima Xian's spiritual energy was worlds apart from his, so he would definitely be sent flying. At the same time, with the help of the recoil, he could kick away the attacks of the other two people, and then deal with the blue fire phoenix that was already whistling over. However, as soon as his right hand touched the vigorous light ball, Sheng Yu knew that he was wrong. This seemingly stupid weapon was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, Sheng Yu only felt a strong force in his hand. It was the vigorous light ball's crushing, absorption, and triple explosion. If that was all, with Sheng Yu's spiritual energy of more than 100,000, he would not be hurt at all. However, the point was that when the vigorous light ball was used, Sima Xian had already used his spiritual stove of purple godly thunder. Therefore, the moment when Sheng Yu's right hand touched it, purple lightning suddenly exploded and directly spread through his palm to Sheng Yu's whole body. It was impossible for the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder to hurt Sheng Yu, whose spiritual energy was so strong. However, the numbness caused by the lightning took effect. For a strong person at Sheng Yu's level, he would not do anything meaningless in a battle. Therefore, although the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder only paralyzed him for less than a second, it destroyed all of his original plans. His two kicks froze in the air for a moment, then they collided with the wild red blood ball and the divine giant soul shield. No matter how strong Sheng Yu was, he was only a physical body, and the two weapons he collided with were legendary-grade equipment. Wang Yuan and Han Yu were kicked away, but Sheng Yu did not feel good either. On one side, there was space, and on the other side, there was crazy light. The two powerful attributes, under the enhancement of legendary-grade equipment, caused his already numb body to become even more sluggish. At this moment, the blue fire phoenix had already arrived. Blazing flames rose in an instant, and a terrifying power almost engulfed Sheng Yu's body. Heart Flame Phoenix. This was the only skill to fuse with the spiritual stove, and every time Lin Xine used it, he would suffer a strong backlash. Back then, when he first obtained this skill, he used it to stop the 8th grade Zombie King, and even caused serious damage to the Zombie King. Sheng Yu's hero was naturally not something the Zombie King could compare to, but the problem was that Lin Xine's control of the fire element was getting better and better. Therefore, when he attacked, the heat of his Heart Flame Phoenix was always reserved, and only exploded after the collision. "You little bastards!" Sheng Yu cursed loudly. A sparkling and translucent gray light suddenly burst forth, and the sharp chi seemed to cut the throat of the blue flame phoenix. The terrifying power disappeared in a flash, and everything returned to normal. One kick at a time, including Long Haochen, who had just finished protecting himself with the shield wall. The other men were all sent flying by Sheng Yu's kicks. Moreover, they crashed into each other, becoming a group of fellow sufferers. However, Sheng Yu did not chase after them, because he was confronting the heaven-defying demon dragon, which occupied almost half of the conference room, with a strange expression, and they were confronting each other with extreme vigilance. "Inger, keep it. Sir Hero doesn't mean any harm." Although Long Haochen grimaced in pain from the kick, he still hurriedly said, "The dragon might of the heaven-defying demon dragon was too strong, and it would not be good if it caused unnecessary misunderstanding in the Assassin Temple." A black light flashed, and under the dumbfounded gaze of Sheng Yu, the previously aggressive heaven-defying demon dragon had turned into a cute little pig in the next instant. It wriggled in Chun Ingner's bosom and even looked at Sheng Yu provocatively. The corners of Sheng Yu's mouth and eyes twitched almost at the same time, and he could not help but scold again. "You little bastards. Do you have to be so cruel? Am I a demon?" Hero Sheng Yu's current appearance was somewhat unflattering. Many parts of his clothes were charred, and even a part of his hair was burnt. The left side of his face was a little red. That appearance was really a little embarrassing. At this time, Sheng Yu wanted to find a hole to hide in, and he scolded himself in his heart. "Why did I try it out? I'm just asking to be humiliated. This group of little bastards, don't they know how to be merciful?" Of course, he would not say that out loud. He stared at Long Haochen and the others who were crawling up from the ground, and said angrily, "You've grown up, haven't you? How dare you fight with me? Fine, you little bastards. I'm going to teach you a good lesson. A great-grandfather, please spare us. We didn't mean it." Long Haochen hurriedly smiled and greeted Sheng Yu. giving him a junior salute. Sheng Yu snorted and said, "You're the worst, you little bastard. Do you know how much you've worried us? What's wrong with me teaching you a lesson? Look at you little bastards. Your reactions are pretty quick. Do I have such a deep hatred for you?" Looking at Sheng Yu's pathetic appearance, everyone naturally understood that this hero was just testing Long Haochen. They wanted to laugh, but did not dare to, and lowered their heads in silence. "Oof, oof. You've grown up, huh?" Sheng Yu raised his hand and knocked Long Haochen's head. It was so painful that Long Haochen grimaced in pain, but did not dare to make sound. He did not expect Sheng Yu to be so careless and be put in such a difficult position. It seemed that he had to let this old man vent his anger. Sheng Yu was feeling extremely depressed right now. That was because he realized that he truly did not know how to vent his anger. Moreover, after calming down, he was secretly shocked. Even if he was a little careless, he was still a rank 9 powerhouse with more than 100,000 spiritual energy points. What kind of equipment did these little guys have? Almost all of them were at the legendary level. They should have just advanced to the general level monster hunters not long ago. Where did they get so much good equipment? Especially Long Haochen. His shield was orange-red. Was it at the epic stage? The strength of Long Haochen and the others made Sheng Yu feel a little overwhelmed. One must know that the last time he saw these young people, they were at most rising stars. This time, they could directly put a show of strength to a hero like him. This was not something that could be explained by the word progress. It was simply a leap. "You're at the rank 7 level." Sheng Yu subdued his anger and asked Long Haochen subconsciously. He clearly remembered that when Long Haochen used his finger as a sword to point out that sword energy, he had already reached the realm of the body of brilliant light. Long Haochen nodded and said, "Yes, a great-grandfather." Sheng Yu was even more shocked. Guessing was one thing, but confirming it was another. How old was Long Haochen? He was definitely less than 20 years old. The last time he saw him, he was only 14 or 15. It had only been a few years, and he was already at the rank 7 level? No wonder Demon Emperor insisted on taking Long Haochen away. Rank 7. He was really at the rank 7 level? How old was he when he was at the rank 7 level? I think he was 35. Sheng Yu's gaze swept across the crowd once more. His expression had already regained its calmness. Of course, his grave and stern face and his battered appearance were somewhat. Of course, Long Haochen and the others did not dare to laugh out loud. At this moment, there was a violent knock on the door outside the conference room. "It's fine here. I asked someone to imitate the heaven-defying demon dragon's draconic aura." Sheng Yu shouted. He could not let his subordinates see him like this. Did he still want his face? Hearing Sheng Yu's voice, the outside immediately quieted down. Sheng Yu stared at Long Haochen for a while, then nodded and said, "Not bad. These years, it seems that you have matured a lot, and your strength has increased a lot. You're finally back. Hidden Hero number 4 has already told you. The Holy War has begun." Long Haochen nodded and said, "A great-grandfather, this all started because of me. I'm willing to let the Alliance deal with me." "Deal with you?" Sheng Yu's voice suddenly rose a few octaves. "Deal with you, my ass. What do you mean it started because of you? Are you qualified? Why are you looking for trouble for yourself? If you want to get beaten up, just say it. Is the holy war between the demons and the Alliance something that a small person like you can decide?" Although Sheng Yu's words were not pleasant to hear and were full of reprimand, Long Haochen's heart felt warm. He could naturally hear the strong sense of protection in Sheng Yu's words. Long Haochen took a deep breath and said, "A great-grandfather, it really started because of me. Listen to me. This matter is very important to the Alliance. No matter what the Alliance decides, I have no complaints. But I can't hide it from the Alliance. I also believe that the Alliance will make the right decision." Looking at Long Haochen's solemn expression, Sheng Yu suddenly realized that the situation was not as simple as he thought. With a slight frown, he raised his hand, and a sharp chi quickly spread out, protecting the entire conference room. "What do you want to say?" Sheng Yu's brows furrowed. Long Haochen said, "A great-grandfather, I can confirm that the Demon Emperor started this holy war because of me. Even my companions don't know why, but as the person involved, I know very well. Knowing that the holy war is about to start, I am very sad. I really don't want to see people die because of me. But this matter concerns my closest companion. I have no way to hand it over. So, I asked the Alliance to make the final decision. No matter how the Alliance deals with me, I am willing to accept it. Hearing how serious he was, not only did Sheng Yu's expression turn ugly, but the General Class Monster Hunt 64 members, other than Kair who was in a daze, also widened their eyes in shock. When they knew that the Holy War started because the Demon Emperor wanted a Long Houchen, they were also full of doubts, but they couldn't think of the reason. Hearing Long Houchen's words, this Holy War was actually related to him. Sheng Yu's cheek muscles showed obvious signs of wriggling, but his voice became gentle. Child, don't be anxious. A great-grandfather believes in your character. Remember, no matter what happens, a great-grandfather will stand with you. No one can deal with my great-grandson. Also, you have to remember that what you just said must never be said to anyone else. Even within the Alliance, not everyone is like us. Now, say what you want to say. As long as a great-grandfather can do it, I will do my best to help you. Looking at Sheng Yu's concerned gaze, Long Houchen nodded his head vigorously. He had an urge to cry. Sheng Yu was Kair's great-grandfather. At this moment, he really felt a strong sense of kinship from this bad-tempered hero. And kinship would always be the weakest spot in Long Houchen's heart. A great-grandfather. When we left the Alliance, we accepted a total of 16 killing missions. In less than half a year, we have completed all of them. Among these missions, the most difficult one was to kill the last of the 72 demons, the snake demon god Andamari. Sheng Yu was shocked once again. What? Are you saying that you killed a demon god? Snake demon god Andamari? Long Houchen nodded his head. To a large extent, it was luck. Then he told in detail how he and his companions found out that the snake demon god was in the Dark Swamp, as well as their encounter in the Dark Swamp, all the way until they took advantage of the Anaconda King and Andamari's mutual destruction to kill it. Good job. To be able to kill a demon god under the protection of a demon god pillar. Even Overlord-tier monster hunters may not be able to do it. Your average age is just over 20 years old, yet you have such achievements. This is really the Alliance's fortune. No matter how harsh Sheng Yu was, after listening to Long Houchen's story, he couldn't help but praise it. These children had risked their lives to kill a demon god at such a young age. This achievement was really too great. Chapter 163. Long Houchen continued. After killing the snake demon god Andamari, we went to his demon god pillar and tried to destroy it. But the demon god pillar was extremely hard. Sheng Yu smiled. That's for sure. You don't have to feel discouraged. How many legend ranker monster hunters have tried to destroy the demon god pillar, but to no avail? AI, it's been 6,000 years. The thing that makes us feel the most helpless about the demons are the 72 demon god pillars. This is also the root of the demons. As long as these 72 demon god pillars exist, it will be very difficult for the demons to truly wither away. You don't have to feel sad about this. Wait until you become stronger before thinking of solution. It's a pity that the son of Samsara from our assassin temple, who could destroy the demon god pillar, fell too early. Otherwise, we might have created a miracle. Long Houchen said seriously, but we succeeded. Success is good, right? Succeeded? What did you say succeeded? Sheng Yu jumped up in shock. He was very skinny, so when he jumped, he looked like a huge ape. Long Houchen said, we succeeded in destroying the demon god pillar. In this world, there will no longer be a snake demon god Andamari. It's hard to say if his snake demons will be able to continue. Sheng Yu's eyes widened. He maintained this posture for a full 10 seconds without moving. Is what you said true? You actually destroyed a demon god pillar? No, this is impossible. So many powerhouses have not been able to do it. Even if you are blessed by the heavens, each of you is talented. But what cultivation do you have? How can you destroy a demon god pillar? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing Sheng Yu's abnormal expression, Long Houchen smiled bitterly. A great-grandfather, but we did it. This is also the main reason why the Demon Emperor wanted to use me as a condition to start the holy war. Sheng Yu's abnormality lasted for a few minutes before he calmed down. You mean, you have a special ability that can deal with the demon god pillars? Long Haochen nodded. You could say that, but it wasn't me. It was my magical beast companion, Hao Yue. I believe my companions have felt it as well. Hao Yue was a very unusual magical beast. Until now, no one could tell what kind it was. However, it can use a special ability. This ability doesn't seem to have much effect on humans, but it is destructive to demons, especially the demon god pillar. Hao Yue sacrificed his life force to help us destroy the pillar. If I guess correctly, the demon emperor wanted me because he knew that Hao Yue was a threat to the demons. I have a blood contract with Hao Yue. As long as I die, it will be difficult for Hao Yue to live alone. In the General Class Monster Hunt 64, it was impossible to say that no one had guessed this. However, at this moment, everyone's mind was in a mess. After hearing what Long Haochen said, everyone was more certain of their thoughts. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became heavy. There was no doubt that for the Temple League, it was a great thing to have the power to destroy the demon god pillars. However, now the demons had launched a holy war that would not end until one side was dead. Did the Temple League really have enough strength to resist this holy war? No one knew. The war had just entered the initial stage, and both sides were preparing. For the past 6,000 years, although humans had been recuperating, they had only occupied a corner of the continent. The demons' strength had also continued. At least, there was no problem with their fertility. While humans were accumulating strength, why couldn't the demons do the same? In particular, the number of high-grade demons was far from what it was 6,000 years ago. At this time, one could imagine how sensitive Long Haochen and Hao Yue were. Sheng Yu fell into deep thought. From the Temple League's point of view, handing over Long Haochen would give them the chance to continue recuperating. However, would they have a chance to obtain the power to destroy the demon god pillars in the future? The answer was uncertain, and to protect Long Haochen, the Alliance would have to face the demon's wrath. After all, this was related to the rise and fall of the demons. Whoever ruled the demons would kill Long Haochen and Hao Yue at all costs in this situation. After a long time, Sheng Yu said with some difficulty, "Child, you shouldn't have said it. This is very likely to be unfair to you. Do you understand?" Long Haochen smiled calmly. "A great-grandfather, there's nothing unfair about it. I can't go against my conscience. As I said, I can't hand over Hao Yue. He's like my brother. What I can do is to tell the truth and let the Alliance make the decision. No matter what the Alliance decides, I will have no regrets. A great-grandfather, please find a room for me. Before the Alliance makes a decision, I will stay in our assassin temple." Sheng Yu closed his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. He was a person with a strong desire to control. What he hated the most was encountering things that he couldn't control. Without a doubt, Long Haochen was giving him such a situation. He couldn't predict what would happen if he reported Long Haochen's words to the Alliance. In a situation that involved the lives of millions of people in the Alliance, it wasn't a good decision. Great-grandfather, Kai. O's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Hearing her clear and melodious voice, as if she had just woken up from a dream, Long Haochen shivered and looked at Kai in disbelief. Kai. O's eyes were still a little dull, but she walked towards Sheng Yu step by step. Sheng Yu opened his eyes and looked at Kai, in surprise. She was his great-granddaughter, so he was naturally the most familiar with her. Kai. Er's voice sounded a little strange, very different from before. I remember now. You're my great-grandfather. A great-grandfather, Dad, Mom. Where are my dad and Mom? Why? Why didn't they come to save me? Why didn't they save me? Kai, what's wrong? Sheng Yu looked at Kai in shock. Long Haochen hurriedly stepped forward and came to Kai side. Kai, do you remember? Do you remember everything? Why didn't they come to save me? Why didn't they come to save me? Kai didn't pay attention to Long Haochen and only repeated this sentence. Her eyes were lifeless, but her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Her appearance really made people's hearts ache. Long Haochen had completely forgotten about his own matters. His mind was on Kai and he anxiously wanted to pull her back. But Kai was very emotional at this time. Her eyes were filled with despair and coldness as she stared at Shengyu. Why? Why did you leave me there? Why did you do this to me? Do you know? Her almost hysterical voice made everyone's heart clench. Puff! Long Haochen's palm gently cut the root of Kai Er's neck. Kai suddenly fell into his arms. Her face was covered with tears. What the hell is going on? Shengyu was also confused at this time. He was a little stunned by his great-granddaughter's sudden question. Long Haochen hugged Kai and carefully wiped the tears on her face. It's all my fault. I didn't protect Kai. At this moment, he told the process of Kai Er's memory loss to Shengyu. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the Tower of Eternity. He only said that he had no choice but to break through the encirclement with Kai, which disturbed her awakening as a god's chosen one. After listening to Long Haochen's explanation, Shengyu didn't speak for a long time. He knew that this absolutely couldn't be blamed on Long Haochen. Kai is suddenly awakened. Who could have predicted such a thing? Long Haochen had done his best. Although he didn't explain the situation in detail, it could be imagined that it wouldn't be easy for him to break through the encirclement of so many demon hunter exorcist experts. Let's go. You guys go home first. Shengyu's home was the Exorcist Mountain Pass's administrative office. Sheng Lingxin's family originally lived there and not at the Assassin Temple's side. As the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military chief, their family had a small courtyard behind the administrative office. Shengyu didn't have any intention of restricting Long Haochen and the others. He only let them stay there. Moreover, he told Long Haochen that he would report Long Haochen's situation to his superiors and let Long Haochen wait for news from the Temple League. When Shengyu told Long Haochen this, he had already thought it through in his heart. This was the Exorcist Mountain Pass, his territory. If the Alliance decided to hand over Long Haochen in the end, then couldn't he just let this child go? Everyone had their own selfish motives, and he was no exception. When he saw the amnesiac Kai Er, Shengyu's mood underwent a heaven and earth upheaval. For the first time, he felt that he was wrong. For the Alliance, and also for the Assassin Temple, Kai Er had endured pain that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even after losing her memories, the first memory she recovered was that unforgettable pain. If he didn't let her accept the sword of Samsara's inheritance, how could Kai Er have experienced such pain? And now, could it be that he wanted Long Haochen to sacrifice himself for the Alliance? Shengyu couldn't do it. Therefore, he had already decided that no matter what, he would protect Long Haochen and Kai Er. Just like this, the commander rank Monster Hunt 64 settled down. Although the Holy War's huge shadow was shrouding the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the people living in Kai Er's home were exceptionally calm. That day, when Kai Er suddenly flared up, she was knocked unconscious by Long Haochen and sent back. After she woke up, her mood gradually calmed down. After several days of recovery, Long Haochen and the others gradually confirmed that Kai Er's memory had recovered a bit, but it was only a very small part, which was the memories from before she was 3 or 4 years old. Clearly, she had been stimulated by the Exorcist Mountain Pass. In addition, a great-grandfather Shengyu had left a deep mark in her heart, so she had finally recovered a bit of her memory. Even though it was only a small part of it, it was undoubtedly good news. Unfortunately, Sheng Lingxin and his wife had only come back to see their daughter once before hurriedly returning to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The Holy War had begun, and although they were incomparably distressed for their daughter, how could they abandon the heavy responsibility they had shouldered? Long Haochen, are you there? Kai Er stood in front of the door next to her residence and lightly knocked on the door. When she had just recovered her memory, her mood had indeed been greatly affected. But in the past few days, under the consolation of Long Haochen and her companions, in addition to the concern of her parents and a great-grandfather, her mood had gradually calmed down. After all, her memory hadn't completely recovered. The past was the past, so she had gradually let go of it. In these 2 days, her mood had more or less recovered. There was no response from Long Haochen's familiar voice. After knocking for a while, Kai Er confirmed that there was no one in the room. She couldn't help but feel somewhat baffled. Generally speaking, Long Haochin should be cultivating in his room at this time. As her heart calmed down, she began to ponder about the recent events. Although Long Haochin was temporarily staying here, whether it was him or the whole team, they were currently full of uncertainty. Ever since she had lost her memory, the person who had been with her the longest was Long Haochin. It could be said that he had meticulously taken care of her. Although she still couldn't remember all the things that had happened between them, she was still a girl, and people had feelings. As time passed, even if she had lost her memory, she had gradually accepted Long Haochin from the bottom of her heart. At least now, when Long Haochin held her hand again, she wouldn't blush so obviously, and she wouldn't struggle to free herself. He had always been doing everything for her. Now that such a big matter had happened, she should also comfort him. Today, it was precisely because of this that Kai Er took the initiative to look for Long Haochin, but she discovered that he wasn't in his room. Could it be that the Temple League had already decided on that matter? Thinking up to this point, Kai Er felt her heart suddenly tighten, and indescribable pain assaulted her in an instant, causing her breathing to become a bit hurried. But why didn't he tell me about it? No, it can't be. He definitely wouldn't leave just like that. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Kai Er didn't realize that unknowingly, Long Haochin had also occupied a relatively important position in her heart, even though she had lost her memory. Kai Er, what are you doing? At this moment, a somewhat puzzled voice sounded beside her. Kai Er turned her head and happened to see Chun Inger walking out of the room on the other side, looking at her with a puzzled expression. As if grasping at a life-saving straw, Kai Er flashed to Chun Inger's side. Inger, where's Long Haochin? Have you seen him? Why isn't he in the room? Chun Inger said doubtfully, Of course he isn't in the room right now. He went to cook for you. Don't tell me you don't know. Ever since you came back, the things you eat every day have been personally made by Boss. Kai Er was stunned. An indescribable feeling spread throughout her body. At this moment, she felt as if all the pores on her body had relaxed. The worry from a moment ago was instantly replaced by a warm and comforting feeling. For a moment, the rims of her eyes immediately reddened. He actually went to cook for me. In a situation where he could be abandoned by the Alliance at any time, he actually thought of cooking for me and not himself. Seeing Kai Er's expression, Chun Inger confirmed that she really didn't know. She didn't hide her jealousy at all. Kai Er, you really are lucky. Do you know that? That day when you recovered some of your memories, Boss said that your mind is currently unstable and your body will also become weak. You must definitely cook something delicious for you to nourish your body. Nourishing your body can also help you adjust your emotions. He also said, at this point, Chun Inger suddenly stopped. Kai Er's sluggish eyes instantly became clear. What else did he say? Chun Inger's eyes also reddened. He also said that he doesn't know if he will have another chance like this in the future. He said that he wants to cherish every day that he is together with you. He can only do this for you. A figure flashed, and Kai Er, who was in front of Chun Inger a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. Looking at the figure that Kai Er brought with her as she left, Chun Inger lightly sighed and said to herself, Kai Er, you really are lucky. If one day that guy of mine can treat me like Boss, even if I have to die, I will be willing. In the backyard of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, there were several kitchens. In one of the small kitchens, Long Haochin was busy. This kitchen wasn't big, but at Long Haochin's request, it was specially allocated for him to use these days. At this time, he was adding firewood to the stove, and from time to time, he would pay attention to the situation of the flames under the large pot. A thick fragrance had already filled the air, making people's mouths water. Inside the pot, there were 3 wyverns. Of course, they weren't real dragons, but a kind of very nourishing bird that wasn't even in the category of magic beasts. Early in the morning, when the sky had just brightened, Long Haochin ran to the kitchen to deal with the 3 wyverns and stew the soup. From time to time, he would add firewood and smell the soup. After determining that there wouldn't be any problems, he went to the chopping board to deal with the other ingredients. As the saying goes, poor people's children matured early. When Long Haochin was 6 years old, he had already started to learn how to cook from his mother. Although his skill couldn't be said to be very good, the taste wasn't too bad. The wild vegetable soup that his mother used to drink was all stewed by him. His current living conditions were clearly incomparable to that time. Long Houchin just wanted to do some things he wanted to do before the Alliance made the decision. At this time, he didn't want to think about his parents, because he didn't want his father to feel embarrassed because of his matters. After so many years, he hadn't seen his parents, so he could only silently pray for them. And what he wanted to do the most, right now, naturally wasn't cultivation. If the Alliance decided to hand him over, then what was the point of cultivating? It was impossible for him to catch up to the Demon Emperor in such a short time. Therefore, he just wanted to do some things for Kai. As he grew older, the nearly 18 years old Long Houchin had long since understood that his feelings for Kai wasn't just love, but also the love between a man and a woman. Because every time he thought of Kai, he would feel that no matter what he did for her, he was willing to do it. Kai's memory loss was the greatest pain he had ever experienced. The future was uncertain, and he didn't want to think about this at all. He just hoped that he could spend more time with Kai, see her every day, and do something for her. That was enough. But what could he do? Long Houchin realized that there was really not much he could do for Kai, so he decided to come to the kitchen. At least Kai could eat the dishes he cooked himself every day. This feeling made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Especially after seeing Kai's emotions gradually recover these few days, Long Houchin's mood suddenly became better. He didn't worry about the future at all, and had long put everything aside. Kai stood silently outside the kitchen door. Through the crack of the door, she looked at Long Houchin, who was busy. He wore a clean white apron and kept busy between the stove and the kitchen table. At this time, he only looked like a young chef. Where was the aura of the leader of the monster hunters? Unknowingly, Kai's eyes were blurred. She only felt that her heart was stabbed fiercely, and her throat was choked, unable to say a word. The expression of Long Houchin, who was in the middle of cooking, suddenly changed. Raising his right hand, he gestured inside. With a faint flash of golden light, the door to the kitchen was pulled open by his spiritual energy, just in time to see Kai's tearful face to face. Kaya! Long Houchin looked at her in surprise. Long Houchin! Kai rushed in, threw herself into his arms, and burst into tears. Long Houchin was a little confused by her crying, but he still had vegetables in his hands, and there were still water droplets dripping down. He was afraid that he would dirty Kai's clothes, so he could only open his hands like a fool. Silly, what's wrong with you? Long Houchin asked softly. When he called her silly, his heart couldn't help but be filled with warmth. In the past, Kai loved to call him that. He was her silly. Kai didn't say anything, and just threw herself into his arms and cried. Long Houchin helplessly put down the kitchen knife in his hand and wiped his hands on the apron before hugging her delicate body. Kai's body was still so soft, but as she grew older, she became more slender than before. Hugging her soft and delicate body, Long Houchin only felt a sense of peace in his heart. This feeling wasn't the same as before. Although he finally hugged Kai again, he knew that his Kai didn't really come back. At this time, she was only touched, but not the unforgettable love from before. But this was undoubtedly a good progress, wasn't it? Long Houchin, in this world, no one will treat me better than you. Kai raised her head and said to Long Houchin. Long Houchin laughed and said, "Of course, if I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? As long as you can be well, I will be satisfied. Don't deliberately think about the past. To be honest, I was scared by you that day, and now I don't even want you to recover your memory. Because if you recover your memory, it will undoubtedly make you remember those painful times in the past." Kai gently shook her head. "No, I must recover my memory, because in my memory, there is you. I really want to truly feel the feeling I had when I was with you in the past. Perhaps it's because of that pain from before that I can feel your feelings for me even more." The other people in the handsome grade Monster Hunt 64 quickly discovered that Kai had recently changed. She became very attached to Long Houchin, and besides sleeping at night, the two practically stuck together every day. Long Houchen would cook for Kai, and Kai would accompany him by his side, helping him wash the vegetables. No one would disturb them. Even the rumbling sounds of the battle outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass were automatically filtered by them. These days belonged to them alone. Unfortunately, blissful days always pass quickly, and they were always interrupted. On the 11th day after Long Houchen and the others arrive at the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the heroic Sheng Yu once again appeared in front of them. Long Houchen, let me tell you a piece of good news. The Alliance has decided to accept the challenge and launch an all-out holy war with the demons. When he said this, Sheng Yu's eyes were filled with sharp, killing intent. Long Houchen looked at Sheng Yu in astonishment. A great-grandfather, what about me? Sheng Yu faintly smiled and said, not to mention you. Even I didn't expect that everyone's opinion would be so unanimous, without any arguments. It has been unanimously approved that you will officially become the future successor of the Knights Templars. At the same time, the Alliance will protect your safety at all costs. Everyone's opinion is unanimous. Your existence will be a fatal blow to the demons, and when your strength grows to a sufficient level, it will be a disaster for the demons. And our holy war is precisely for the sake of persevering until that day. Don't worry, everything is developing in the best direction, and you don't need to worry about this war at all. Although the demons took the initiative to initiate the holy war, they launched it very hastily and didn't make sufficient preparations. On the contrary, in order to sound the horn of counterattack, the Alliance has been preparing for too long. The Demon Emperor is indeed powerful, but if he wants to invade our Alliance, it won't be an easy task. It's still not clear who will emerge victorious. Listening to Sheng Yu's words, the Commander Class Monster Hunt 64 people breathed a sigh of relief. Although Long Houchen himself wasn't worried, how could his companions not be worried for him? The Alliance's decision was undoubtedly exciting for them. What they needed to do now was to go all out to help the Alliance resist the foreign enemy. Long Houchen clenched his fists subconsciously and said in a deep voice, a great-grandfather, in that case, I am willing to ask the Alliance for permission to return to the interior of the demons with my companions. When the demons launched the holy war, their rear must be empty, and they must have demon gods guarding the rear. If we can kill a few more demon gods behind the enemy's rear, then it will definitely have a strong interference effect on the demons' holy war. However, Sheng Yu immediately rejected his proposal. No, you are now a key target of the Alliance's protection. How can we let you risk your life with the demons again? There will naturally be people who will do the work behind the enemy's rear. This isn't something you need to worry about now. After the Alliance made the decision, they also issued a compulsory mission to your team, a compulsory mission that must be completed. After this mission is completed, you will officially advance to King-class monster hunters. What mission? Long Houchen asked in surprise. Sheng Yu smiled slyly and said, this mission can't be said to be difficult, but it can't be said to be too easy either. Every one of you is an elite of each temple. Because of your relationship with Long Houchen, you have also received the recognition of the temple. Therefore, the Alliance has decided that, in the next period of time, all of you will be further educated and fully trained to become the next generation of the Alliance. Therefore, all of you must return to the headquarters of your respective temple and listen to the deployment, training, and training of your respective temple, until you can complete your apprenticeship. Everyone exclaimed almost at the same time. This compulsory mission was naturally a good thing for them personally, but it also meant that their team would have to temporarily split up. No, we don't want to split up, Lin Xin said anxiously. Sheng Yu's face darkened. Is this something you could decide? You're all part of the Alliance, and also demon hunters. It is your duty to obey orders. This is the unanimous decision of the Alliance, and it has the support of every temple, including mine. Over the past few years, all of you have contributed a lot to the Alliance, but your strength is far from strong enough. Now all of you are the target of the demons. If we let you go on a mission again, the final result will be a failure. Therefore, what you need most now is to settle down and not advance rashly. Especially Long Houchen, you can't go on a mission again. After thinking for a moment, Long Haochen raised his hand to signal his teammates to calm down, and then asked Sheng Yu, a great-grandfather, under what circumstances can we form a new team? Sheng Yu smiled and said, this is not difficult. First, your individual strength must be above the 7th rank. As the team leader, you must be at least the 8th rank. Also, you must pass the assessment of your respective temple. When the alliance needs you, you can resume your team. Oh, right. Each of you must obtain a special title from your respective temple. For example, Long Haochen must become a knight on a golden pedestal. In other words, you must prove to the alliance that you have the ability to protect yourselves. Only then will the alliance allow you to form a new team and continue carrying out missions. Hearing Sheng Yu's words, everyone was silent. They understood that the alliance was doing this for their own good. One reason was to nurture them, and the other was to prevent them from carrying out missions and taking risks. This was not only because Long Haochen and the others were important, but also because Long Haochen and Hao Yue had the ability to destroy the demon god pillars. It could be said that since the alliance had decided to protect them, they would do their best to protect them. If they wanted to step onto the battlefield again, it would naturally not be an easy matter. Sheng Yu said in a deep voice, I have already issued a strict order to keep the matter of your return secret. Everyone who knows of your return will keep it secret. However, because you took action in the Demon Exorcist mountain range, it is hard to guarantee that the demons won't know of your arrival in the Exorcist mountain range. Therefore, you must set off as soon as possible and return to your respective temple to further your studies. Children, the Alliance is thinking of your future. We also know that after carrying out missions together for so long, you all have deep feelings for each other and don't want to separate. However, your survival is not only related to your lives, but also to the future of the Alliance. Therefore, no matter what, you must complete this mission without any hesitation. If you want to reunite as soon as possible, then each of you must put in 200% effort to increase your strength. Let me ask you, if one day you can possess the strength of the demon god fallen, who will restrict you? Hearing Sheng Yu's earnest and well-meaning words, Long Haochen silently nodded. A great-grandfather, thank you, and thank the Alliance for protecting me. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to improve myself. However, speaking up to here, Long Haochen's complexion suddenly became somewhat pale. He turned his head to look at the similarly pale Kerr, and for a moment he was speechless. Sheng Yu lightly sighed and said, Kyr also has a lot to learn from the Eastern heretic. Moreover, she needs to rest for a long time due to her amnesia. Since she recovered a bit of her memories after returning, staying in the Exorcist mountain range is the best choice for her. Don't worry, her parents and I will take good care of her, and hopefully we can help her recover some of her memories. Moreover, with your talents, I believe that in just a few years, you will be able to complete the mission the Alliance gave you. Moreover, the Assassin Temple isn't far from the Knights Templars. When you have some achievements in your cultivation at the Knights Templars' side, don't tell me that you won't come to see this girl. Don't worry, even if the Alliance is still unwilling to loosen the mission, when you're over 20 years old, I will definitely personally send Kai to your side and officiate your wedding. Hearing the words officiate, Long Haochen and Kai Er's originally pale complexion immediately turned red. The two of them looked at each other, Kai Er's eyes filled with bashfulness and happiness, while Long Haochen's happiness also contained a touch of worry. No matter what, in his heart, he still hoped that Kai could recover her memories. Otherwise, he would always feel that something was missing. Only, he would have to separate from Kai 20 years old, that was more than 2 years. When Kai turned 20, it would be more than 3 years. After being separated for so long, Long Haochen's heart was filled with indescribable reluctance. Sheng Yu patted Long Haochen's shoulder. Child, you should understand that for you, this is already the best result. The Alliance can only do this much. You must leave immediately. You cannot stay any longer. I will send experts from the Assassin Temple to escort you. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. This parting was for a better reunion in the future. Don't worry, we will take good care of Kai. Putong, Long Haochen knelt in front of Shengyu. A great-grandfather is all my fault. I did not take good care of her, causing her to lose her memories. We are about to separate. I have a small request. I want to cook a meal for her. Can I also cook a meal for my companions? When Long Haochen said this, everyone's eyes turned red. Kair was the first to jump into Long Haochen's embrace. Long Haochen, a leader, boss. Shengyu raised his head and looked at the sky, trying his best to not let his tears fall. Okay, I will give you another half a day. Tonight, you must leave. I will make the necessary arrangements. After saying this, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Separation in life and death was the greatest pain in life. This was what Long Haochen and the rest were facing. Ever since they formed the Soldier Grade No. 1 Monster Hunters in the Holy City, they had experienced too many things. Everyone had gone through life and death together, charging through the demons together. The relationship between them could no longer be described as simple companions and friends. They were good brothers and sisters who could entrust their backs to each other. They were comrades who could give up their lives for each other. Chapter 164. The day before they were about to be separated was so painful for all of them. Long Haochen had personally prepared a sumptuous lunch for his companions. However, when it came time to eat, none of them could swallow it. Everyone, don't be like this. A great-grandfather is right. Today's separation is for a better reunion in the future. I promise you that in 2 years, 3 years at most, I will try my best to rebuild our team. When that time comes, we will become a king-tier monster hunters. Although we are parting, our communication cannot be broken. The Alliance uses magic to send letters. When everyone returns to their respective temple, you must inform me immediately that you are safe. Long Haochen forcefully suppressed the pain in his heart and comforted his companions. Lin Xin, after this separation, you are the one with the most important task. Apart from not delaying your training, you have a lot of things to do. Everyone, gather up your storage equipment. I will gather all the materials we brought back from Eternal Melody and give them to Lin Xin. When you return, exchange them for the various items we need, especially the sores and forest boa. The forest boa body honing pills made from the forest boa king's snake gallbladder and inner core. You can send them to the others. I don't need them. I am a god's favored. After my awakening, my physique has been greatly improved. The forest boa body honing pills shouldn't be of much use to me. You must make good use of the sore corpses. First, transform them into weapons and equipment for Yuan. Then think of selling them. Lin Xin nodded silently, keeping Long Haochen's advice in mind. Long Haochen continued, although refining pills is important, your own training is also very important. You don't want to be distanced from your companions, do you? Although there are not many potioneers in the Alliance, it is not that there are none. I believe that your magic temple must have the best potioneers. We brought back so many good things this time. You can use them to hire a devil apothecary to refine Dawn for us. Don't do everything by yourself. You must leave enough time for cultivation. Also, you'll be in charge of allocating other resources. During these 2 to 3 years, don't buy any equipment. Lin Xin will be in charge of the allocation. This way, they could avoid wasting resources. Lin Xin, remember, don't be stingy with your money. Only purchase legendary equipment and above. If epic equipment appears and suits us, don't hesitate to buy it at all costs. Everyone saw the battle in the Royal Demon Mountain Range. Although the magic spell cast by number 9 wasn't a true forbidden spell, its might was comparable to a forbidden spell and had the effect of reversing the situation. Thus, Lin Xin, your other task is to purchase forbidden spells, fire-type forbidden spells, to make up for your lack of attack power. You're the only pure mage in our team. Be it fire-type forbidden spells or fire-type magic scrolls. As long as you think it's suitable, you can purchase them. If other monster hunters heard Long Haochen's words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. However, Long Haochen's team could indeed be considered rich and overbearing. They had too many good things in their hands. Not to mention anything else, just the body of the Anaconda King was a priceless treasure. According to the records, the Forest Boa King was a species of magical beast that had disappeared long ago. One could only imagine how useful it was. There were also the inner cores and gallbladder of ordinary forest boas. These are all good things. These were only a small part of the profits from their trip to the demons. Long Houchin's Eternal Melody alone had quite a few corpses of 8th grade demons, not to mention the corpse of the snake demon god Andamari that Lin Xin had collected. You have a heavy responsibility, but you must remember, no matter what, you must not delay your training. Do you understand? Long Houchin continued to warn Lin Xin. Lin Xin nodded repeatedly, but his eyes reddened again. Boss, don't worry. I won't fall behind. Long Houchin smiled and turned to Sima Xian. Sima, when you return to the Temple of the Priest's Southern Pass, you must also train hard. Remember not to be impulsive. Consult your teacher. I have a feeling that being a disciplined priest is not as simple as it seems. If possible, read through the books of the Temple of the Priests. Lin Xin will also give priority to the Forest Boa body honing pills made from the Forest Boa King's Gall and Inner Core. You just have to remember not to participate in the battle impulsively. Just listen to the Temple of the Priests. As for the retainer contract between us, you and Han, you don't have to worry. After I become a god's favored, the contract will no longer be limited by distance. When we meet again in 2 or 3 years, the contract will almost expire. Sima Xian held his big bald head with both hands and lowered his head, not saying a word. He looked rough, but his heart was very meticulous. At this moment, his tiger eyes were already filled with tears. In his mind, the scenes of going through fire and water with his companions kept appearing. For a moment, he was completely speechless. Long Houchin smiled and said, "Don't forget to contact Miss Feng Ling from the Sanctuary Alliance Grand Auction. Maybe she has been waiting for your news." Yuan, after returning to the Warrior's Temple, you have to keep in touch with Lin Xin. He will help you forge a good weapon. Work hard on your training, and strive to embed all 7 sockets of your divine soul shield with sky silver crystals as soon as possible. Yes. Wang Yuan pursed her lips tightly and stared at Long Houchin, only nodding her head vigorously. Long Houchin forced a smile and said, "Everyone, don't be like this. It's not like we won't meet again after today. This separation is for a better reunion in the future. I sincerely hope that when we meet again, each of you will be stronger than me. Inger, actually, I look forward to meeting you the most. If I remember correctly, you said that only after reaching the 7th order would your true abilities be revealed. Now that you're already at the 6th order, you're only a step away from the 7th order. The next time we meet, you must show us how powerful you are." Chuning was even stronger than Wang Yuan. "Leader, don't worry. When we meet again, I will definitely not be a burden to everyone. I will definitely become the main force of the team. I'm sorry, I never told you. Actually, my innate internal spiritual energy is 92. I lied in the past. This time, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Another god favored?" Chuning-er's eyes showed deep regret and sadness. "This is the agreement between me and Grandma. Although we are both God-favored with an internal spiritual energy of more than 90, my body is too weak. Before reaching the 7th rank, I will not be able to display my ability at all. Only after reaching the 7th rank can I truly have the physique of a soul saintess and directly awaken as a God-favored. At that time, perhaps I will have the ability to communicate with magical beasts like Yi Xiaolei. I'm sorry, I've been hiding it from everyone. Even in the Soul Temple, only Grandma knows this secret." The shock on Long Houchin's face gradually disappeared, and he patted her shoulder. "You don't need to apologize. Everyone has their own secrets. Moreover, this is a good thing for everyone. Since that's the case, the next time we meet, you must complete your awakening. Moreover, with a lesson from Kai, when you break through to the 7th rank, you must be in a safe place and ask the Almighty of your soul temple to protect you." Chuning said proudly, "Commander, the next time we meet, my goal is to reach the 8th rank. I will definitely catch up with you." Long Houchin laughed. "Good. Then I will wait for you to catch up." The arrogance on Shan Inger's face suddenly dissipated, and tears streamed down her face. "Leader, I want to hug all of you." "Can I?" How could she be stronger than Wang Yuan? At this moment, her stubbornness finally shattered. Of course, Long Houchin stood up with a disappointed and reluctant smile and opened his arms to Chun-Ing. After a full hour, everyone returned to their rooms, leaving time for Long Houchin and Kair. In the team, they were the only couple, and a couple who had experienced so many difficulties and hardships. Despite their reluctance, the others still gave them more time. Let's go sit on the roof for a while, okay? Yes. Leaning against each other, Kair didn't cry. She just leaned against Long Houchin's side. Long Houchin, do you think I will remember everything the next time we meet? Kair asked softly. Long Houchin shook his head silently. I don't know. Kair asked again. Then do you want me to remember? Long Houchin didn't say anything this time. Of course, he hoped that she would remember, but he didn't want her to remember the pain of the past. I will definitely remember, because I really want to know in my original memory, what is it like? That must be a very special feeling, right? Kair widened her eyes and looked up at Long Houchin. His handsome face looked even more handsome under the sunlight. He is really good looking, and he is so powerful. Most importantly, he treats me so well, but even though Kair had gradually accepted him in her heart, the shadow of amnesia still shrouded her heart from beginning to end, to the point where she always felt that there was a layer separating them. As if this layer wasn't removed, she wouldn't be able to truly face him. Long Houchin gently stroked Kair's long hair. At this moment, his heart was very peaceful. His gaze was very gentle. He could also feel the layer of estrangement between him and Kair. However, he wasn't in a hurry, nor would he force her. He believed that regardless of whether she recovered her memory or not, one day he would win her heart again. Parting was a kind of settling, allowing everyone's hearts to calm down. Perhaps, when they met again, she would really be able to remember everything. The two sat like this, from the rising sun to the setting sun. Even when Long Houchin quietly left, Kair was still sitting there. On that day, when a moon turned and the stars appeared in the darkness, her tears finally flowed uncontrollably. I want to remember. Long Houchin and Hanyu set off together. Together with them were 4 heroic hidden assassins. At such a critical juncture, this was the most strength that Shang Yu could spare. They escorted the 2 people all the way to the north, straight towards the dragon-resisting pass where Basilica of the Knights was located. In the legends of the Holy Demon Continent, the dragon race lived in the northeast. In order to resist the invasion of the dragon race, humans established the dragon-resisting pass in ancient times to resist the invasion of the dragon race. Compared to the other impregnable passes, the terrain around the dragon-resisting pass was relatively flat. However, it was completely covered in ice and snow, and the snow never melted all year round. Outside of the dragon-resisting pass, within a large area, there was not even a blade of grass growing in the bitterly cold land. There would often be ice and snowstorms that were comparable to forbidden spells. The power of nature became the natural barrier of this impregnable pass. Therefore, although the Knights Templars was the head of the 6th Great Temple, the number of times the dragon-resisting pass encountered an attack was not many. What's more, the dragon-resisting pass itself was originally built to resist the dragon race. Among the 6 great impregnable passes of the Temple League, it was the most magnificent one. It possessed several kinds of powerful weapons of mass destruction that had been passed down from ancient times. The pain of parting turned into motivation to move forward. The Exorcist Pass was the closest stronghold to the dragon-resisting pass. Under the escort of the 4 hidden heroic assassins, Long Houchin and Hanyu alternated between flying and walking every day. It only took them 5 days to arrive at the impregnable pass where the Basilica of the Knights was located. Just like the news they received from the Exorcist Pass, the dragon-resisting pass was similarly besieged by the demon army. The situation was grim, even more so than the Exorcist Pass. Before they even entered the dragon-resisting pass, they had already received the news. Outside the dragon-resisting pass, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th great elite legions of the demons were gathered. They were personally led by the demon gods of death, Samikina, and the Bear Veil Far. With the assistance of the other 6 great demon gods, they were garrisoned here. Although the conditions outside the dragon-resisting pass were vile, the demon's most elite legions were garrisoned here. The entire army numbered no more than 300,000, but their overall fighting strength far surpassed the 1 million-strong demon army of the Exorcist Pass. From the hidden heroic assassins, Long Houchen and Hanyu also learned that the demons had indeed gone all out in this holy war. Among the 72 demon god pillars, 56 had come to battle. Among them, there were 8 demon gods overseeing every impregnable human pass, and the demon emperor personally led 7 demon gods to the rear of the battlefield. They could appear on any side of the battlefield at any time. It must be known that the demon emperor was together with the moon demon Agars and the star demon Vashik. The combined strength of the 3 demons could be imagined. At this time, the Temple League's monster hunters also played a decisive role. When the demons announced their holy war against the Temple League's top monster hunters had their eyes on the demon emperor and the others, ready to take action at any time. Because of this, the demon emperor didn't act blindly without thinking. However, no one knew how long the 2 sides would hold each other back for. After 5 days of hurrying on the road, the longing and sadness of separation in Long Houchen and Hanyu's hearts had finally been diluted by a lot. The commander-grade Monster Hunt 64 team had temporarily split up. Although it was painful to part, everyone was still holding back their strength. They had to diligently cultivate in preparation for the next time they form a new team. Why did the Temple League want them to split up and return to the temple to cultivate? Wasn't it because their strength wasn't enough, and they were worried about their actions among the demons? Long Houchen and Kair were key targets of protection, especially Long Houchen. The Alliance decided to protect him, so in the future, he would be the mainstay of the Alliance against the demons. He was the only hope to destroy the demon god pillars. Therefore, the Temple League decided to temporarily freeze them. As for how long this freeze would last, no one could say. But at least, Shengyu had pointed them in a direction. At least until all of them had broken through to the 7th Order, and Long Houchen had to break through to the 8th Order and become a knight on a golden pedestal. Only then would it be possible for them to form a Monster Hunters team to fight against the demons again. Therefore, in order to reunite with their companions as soon as possible, the only thing they could do was to desperately improve themselves, for the present and also for the future. What Long Houchen and Hanyu didn't expect was that when they arrived outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass, the Knights Templars had already received the news, and there were people welcoming them. There weren't many people welcoming them, only a dozen or so. However, when Long Houchen saw the 2 people standing at the front, his suppressed emotions could no longer be restrained. Rushing forward in 3 steps, Long Houchen knelt down on the ground, choking with sobs as he called out the name that he missed so much, Mom. Yes, among the people who came to welcome them, one of the 2 at the front was Long Houchen's mother, Baiyu. Since his mother and father left together, Long Houchen hadn't seen his mother for more than 5 years. Seeing Baiyu again, how could he not be excited? Compared to before, Baiyu didn't look sickly, but her face still looked very haggard. She staggered towards Long Houchen, and when Long Houchen knelt down, she had already hugged her son in her arms, crying bitterly. Long Houchen grew up with his mother, and his relationship with Baiyu was the deepest. The mother and son depended on each other, until Long Xingwu found them. Only then could they be considered a family reunion. After being separated for so long, Long Houchen was really too emotional to see his mother again. The person who came to welcome Long Houchen with Baiyu wasn't his father, Long Xingwu. Instead, he was also one of the elders that Long Houchen respected the most, the Lord of the Knights Templars, the owner of the throne of God of protection and mercy. The Knight of the Seal, Yang Haohen, the Knights Templars' defense and coordination officer. Yang Haohen was still the same as before. Looking at the reunited mother and son, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Baiyu looked at her son as if she couldn't get enough of him. After not seeing him for more than 5 years, Long Houchen had grown from a teenager to a tall and sturdy young man. The childishness on his face had long disappeared, replaced by determination. Gently caressing her son's reluctance, but you couldn't say anything at all. As a mother, after more than 5 years and nearly 2,000 days and nights of longing, it was easy to imagine how she felt when she finally saw her son. The mother and son hugged each other and cried bitterly. No one disturbed them. Everyone knew that they needed to vent their emotions, especially Longhouchen. This time, his team was split up, and he was already in a bad mood. Finally seeing his mother, he was only a child in front of his mother, not the leader of the monster hunters. At this moment, it was as if the heavy burden on his shoulders had been lifted. Hanyu came in front of Yang Haohen, bowed respectfully, and stood aside. This was the first time he saw Longhouchen like this. At this moment, he could feel that Longhouchen was a young man who was a few years younger than him, and not the leader or boss who was always strategizing. After crying for a long time, Longhouchen felt much better after completely venting the depression in his heart. Only then did he help his mother to stand up. He bowed respectfully to Yang Haohen. Longhouchen greets leader, Grandfather Yang. How are you? Yes, Yang Haohen wasn't just the leader of the Knights Templars. He was also the leader of the Temple League. Knights Templars was different from other temple. As long as one could become a Knight of the Seal, then he would be the leader of the temple, not the vice leader. Therefore, the current Knights Templars had 3 Knight of the Seal, which meant that there were 3 leaders. This point was meaningless in other temple. After all, the Knight of the Seal had always been the strongest among human rank, 9 powerhouses. Yang Haohen faintly smiled, nodded to him, and said, I'm very well. It's been hard on you, child. Longhouchen silently shook his head, stood at his mother's side, and didn't say anything. Yang Haohen then said to the 4 hidden heroic assassins, You 4 have worked hard. Follow me into the city to rest. The leader of the hidden heroic assassins said, Many thanks for leader's kindness, but we will still return. Leader Shang Yu is still waiting for our reply, and the Exorcist Mountain Pass also needs us. Yang Haohen didn't stay any longer, nodded slightly, and the 4 hidden heroic assassins saluted him again, then soared up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After sending Longhouchen to Yang Haohen, they naturally didn't need to worry about any danger appearing. The one in front of them was a Knight of the Seal that even the Demon Emperor had to face. Longhouchen's mood calmed down a lot, and he supported his mother and said, Mother, what about father? Is he at the front lines? Hearing Longhouchen mention Long Xingwu, Yang Haohen and Bayu's complexion slightly changed. Bayu softly said, Child, let's go into the city first. An ominous premonition instantly rose in Longhouchen's heart, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Mother, father, humans and demons had fought for so many years, and even if Long Xingwu was a Knight of the Seal, dying on the battlefield wasn't impossible. For a moment, Longhouchen only felt as if a sharp blade had pierced his chest, and his face lost all color. Bayu looked at her son's face, and suddenly became anxious. Longhouchen, don't think too much, your father is fine. Longhouchen impatiently asked, What the hell is going on? Mother, tell me quickly. Bayu saw that she couldn't hide it anymore, and sighed, Silly child, do you know why mother and father left you? Longhouchen said without hesitation, Didn't father say that a young eagle can never fly under the protection of its parents? He wanted me to practice hard and experience more trials, so he returned with you to Knights Templars. Bayu gently shook her head. This is only one of the reasons. More importantly, your father didn't want you to worry about him when you were so young. We left because he challenged the 7th demon god of the demons, Amon. That's why we left you. Soon after we returned to Dragon-Resisting Pass, your father went to fight Amon. What? Longhouchen was shocked. Until now, he didn't know that there was such a reason why his father left. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel confused. Yang Haohen had already arrived at his side without him noticing. She raised her hand and placed it on Longhouchen's shoulder. Gentle, light spiritual force was injected into his body. The gentle warmth made Longhouchen's mind feel a bit better. Child, you have to calm down. With your father's strength, he has at least a 60% chance of winning against Amon. Although he didn't come back after that battle, the demons didn't announce Amon's victory. That battle belongs only to the 2 of them. Then why didn't father come back? Will he? Long Haochen's heart was full of worry. Yang Haohen shook his head. Your father is definitely still alive. Because, as a Knight of the Seal, if he dies in battle, then his throne of God will automatically return to the temple. But now his throne of God has never returned, which proves that he is still alive. But we don't know where he is. He must have something important to do. That's why he didn't come back. Don't worry too much. We have been sending people to look for him. Listening to Yang Haohen's words, Long Haochen finally calmed down. He has always been smart. After calming down, his brain also operated at high speed. He asked, Grandfather Yang, since my father didn't come back, did Amon participate in the Holy War? Yang Haohen nodded. Amon is one of the 8 demon gods outside our dragon-resisting pass. Together with Samakina and Veilfur, he commands the demon army. Long Haochen said, Then can you find out where father went from Amon? Yang Haohen sighed softly. It's very difficult. Amon is different from other demon gods. His title is War-Mad Demon God. Among the demons, he may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the most warlike one. As the 7th demon god, he doesn't have a race of his own. There was a time when the mad demons wanted to join him, but he sternly refused. The reason was very simple. The mad demons are too weak, not worthy to be his race. In Amon's heart, there is only battle. Therefore, he is also the demon god who slaughtered the most experts of our alliance. When it comes to battle, he is a madman. However, Amon also has one good point. He only loves to fight. He never disdains to kill ordinary soldiers who are much weaker than him. Therefore, although he has killed many of our Temple Alliance's experts, the number of ordinary soldiers he has killed is the least. There have been at least 4 battles between your father and Amon, each of them extremely tragic. No one can do anything to the other. But they also have some friendship. Your father and Amon agreed that before they defeat each other, they will not easily get involved in the battle. Therefore, even if Amon is here, he is actually more of a deterrent to your father's existence. Before this, the demons have already carried out a few probing attacks. Although Amon's demon god pillar is here, he did not appear on the battlefield. From this, it can be seen that your father will definitely be fine. Amon is looking for him. War-mad demon god Amon. Long Haochen subconsciously clenched his fists. In his mind, the most profound memory of his father was the moment when Long Xingwu summoned the throne of God of Doomsday in Massacre. The tall image of his father was deeply imprinted in his mind. One day, I will also challenge that war-mad demon god. Yang Haohen smiled and said, Let's go. I believe that in the future, you will definitely become an even better Knight of the Seal than your father. I am also looking forward to that day coming soon. When that time comes, perhaps you will be the nightmare of the demons. Let's go. Let's enter the city first. You will be very busy for the next period of time. Huh? Long Haochen looked at Yang Haohen doubtfully, not knowing what he meant. But his feet followed him into the city. Seeing that her son had calmed down, Baiyu also secretly heaved a sigh of relief, her expression imperceptibly becoming much better. She looked tenderly at her son who was supporting her, thinking in her heart, My little Haochen has grown up. As they walked into the city, Yang Haohen said to Long Haochen, I have heard about your matter from Shangyu. Although we had high expectations of you in the beginning, I did not expect that you would still bring us surprises again and again. The youngest Captain Tier Monster Hunters, the youngest General Tier Monster Hunters. You are even more outstanding than your father was back then. Originally, Old Xiao from a warrior temple told me that you will definitely become a Knight of the Seal before the age of 30. I thought he was exaggerating, but now it seems that he was right. You are not even 18 years old, but you have already reached the 7th order. Long Haochen's handsome face turned slightly red and said, Grandfather Yang, don't praise me. This is the first time I have come to our Knights Templars. What do you plan to do next? Yang Haohen smiled slightly and said, Do you think that we will definitely find a special place to hide you when we let you come back, so that the demons will not find you? Long Haochen was stunned, but he still nodded subconsciously. This was indeed what he was thinking. Yang Haohen shook his head and said, No, you are wrong. If we do that, it will only bury your talent and even leave a shadow in your heart forever. It is one thing for us Knights Templars to explain to the Alliance, but it is another matter for us to plan for ourselves. We have already made the decision to do everything we can to nurture you. On the other hand, the battlefield is the best place to improve a knight. Long Haochen was overjoyed. This was the first good news he had heard since returning to the Temple League. Grandfather Yang, you allow me to go to the battlefield? That is great. When? Can I do it now? For some reason, after the disbandment of the team, Long Haochen's youthful nature was released a lot. He was not as calm as when he was a team leader, but more energetic. Yang Haoen laughed and said, "You are really impatient. You will definitely go to the battlefield, but not so soon. Both you and Han, you must fulfill 2 conditions before you can step on a battlefield again." "All right, tell me," Long Haochen said without hesitation. Yang Haoen said, "Your cultivation has increased a lot, but have your skills kept up? I know that you have bought some skills from the Holy City, but that is far from enough. I have arranged a series of skills for you to learn. Therefore, the first thing you must do is to familiarize yourself with these skills. Don't think that it is easy. Some skills are not so easy to learn." Long Haochen nodded. This was what they had to do. Yang Haoen continued. "The second condition is that you must become a Mithril Foundation Knight. With the Mithril Foundation armor, you will be able to protect yourselves better. At the same time, it will be harder for the demons to discover your existence. These 2 conditions are not too difficult. I'm not making things difficult for you." Long Haochen was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "It is not difficult, not difficult. I will work hard to learn the skills and step onto the battlefield as soon as possible." Yang Haoen laughed and said, "Why? It seems that you do not care about the Mithril Foundation Knight assessment." Long Haochen scratched his head awkwardly, but still said, "I believe I can do it." On the other side, Han Yu had a bitter expression. He was only at the 6th order. If he wanted to participate in the Mithril Foundation Knight assessment, he had to be at least at the 7th order. Furthermore, Mithril Foundation Knights were the cream of the crop, even among rank 7 knights. With Long Haochen's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to pass the test, but it would not be easy for him. Yang Haoen smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't take the assessment so lightly. You're different from the others. You have the constitution of the Son of Light, and you are the next Temple Master of the Knights Templars. No matter what the assessment is, it will be stricter than the others. You will know when the time comes." "Okay," Long Haochen agreed without hesitation. To him, the most painful situation was to be confined and protected. If that was the case, he would not be able to bear it. As for the assessment, he was confident in himself. Even if he did not have enough strength now, he would definitely succeed through continuous training. This was not only confidence in his strength, but also confidence in his own talent. The scale of the dragon-resisting mountain pass was much larger than the Exorcist mountain pass. To be precise, the dragon-resisting mountain pass was a huge mountain, and the entire fort was dug out from the mountain. After entering the impregnable mountain pass, Long Haochen vaguely felt that there were several extremely terrifying auras near the mountain peak. Although he did not know what these auras were, he could vaguely guess that they should be the trump cards of the Knights Templars. Although the dragon-resisting mountain pass did not have a natural barrier like the Exorcist mountain range, the vile weather conditions made it extremely difficult to obtain supplies. In order to ensure the supply of resources to the dragon-resisting mountain pass, humans would store food here for at least 3 years. And whether it was the front or the back of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, it was a large area of extremely cold land. Although the demon army was stationed in front of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, their days were not easy. Terrifying snowstorms would appear almost every 2 days. Even if it was a 6th-order expert, if they did not have a tent to resist the cold, it would be difficult for them to survive for a long time. Even if there was a tent, it would often be buried under the ice and snow. Therefore, although the demon army had been stationed here for a period of time, their attacks had not been strong. They used the ice and snow as a cornerstone to build a simple ice and snow fortress. At least this way, the demon army would be a bit more comfortable. After all, to break through the dragon-resisting mountain pass was not something that could be accomplished in a day or 2. This time, the demons had also paid a huge price, almost emptying all their savings for many years. Only then did they have the courage to launch an attack here. Chapter 165. Yang Haohen arranged for Long Haochen and Han Yu to live in the Basilica of the Knights. Long Haochen and his mother lived next door. After reuniting with his mother for 2 days, he and Han Yu began to train. The Basilica of the Knights was located deep underground in a mountain of the dragon-resisting mountain pass. This was the place where the real treasure of the Knights Templars was located. Together with the Knights' sacred mountain in the south, they were known as the 2 greatest treasures of the Knights Templars. It was said that even the throne of God was in this underground treasure. However, Long Haochen and Han Yu were still far from being qualified to see the real throne of God. What made Long Haochen a little strange was that compared to the Assassin Temple and Warrior Temple that he had seen before, the Knights Templars didn't have any magnificent buildings. Because it was in a mountain, all he saw were stone rooms. He didn't even know where the real main hall of the Knights Templars was. Yang Haohen didn't give them much explanation. He just arranged for them to enter a cave and left. He also told them that with their cultivation, they had to complete at least rank 7 skills to be able to walk out of this cave. After entering the cave, Long Haochen suddenly had the same feeling as when he entered the Holy Alliance's treasure pavilion in the Holy City. The spiritual power in the surrounding air was very strong. The faint golden light gave people a feeling of illusion. He originally walked into the cave with Han Yu, but when he calmed down and stood still, he was surprised to find that Han Yu had disappeared. The surrounding was full of soft light, attribute spiritual power, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The abundant light elements were naturally swallowed by the 3 spiritual orifices in Long Haochen's breath. He didn't rush to go inside. Long Haochen sat down on the spot. Although his spiritual power was very abundant, he knew that this was not his best state, because he was impetuous. Ever since the demons returned from the dark swamp in the Anda province, his heart had not been able to calm down. After returning to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, he had experienced sorrow and joy several times, his mood fluctuating greatly. Even the tranquility and clarity that the Sun Moon Divine Snail had given him back then had long been affected. However, the Sun Moon Divine Snail also gave him a sense of clarity and calmness. Thus, Long Haochen was able to sit there quietly. He needed time to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Even the tiniest stray thought hidden in the dark must be completely eliminated. This was the only way he could fully immerse himself in cultivation. He wanted to achieve the greatest improvement in the shortest amount of time. Closing his eyes, Long Haochen calmed down and began to meditate. Feeling the gentle light elements in the air, the lines of his face became softer. With a flicker of golden light, Yu Ting quietly appeared behind Long Haochen. She also sat there cross-legged, closing her eyes like Long Haochen. She slowly raised the magic staff in her hand, and a golden halo naturally condensed around her and Long Haochen. Condensing and filtering, Yu Ting's actions seemed simple, but it was a huge help to Long Haochen. After the filtering, the light elements were extremely pure, and it was much easier for Long Haochen to absorb them. Yang Haohen silently stood in a stone room. There were 2 people behind him. On the left was a tall, round-faced old man. The old man's face was like a red date, and his nose was straight and his mouth was square. His expression was solemn, but also somewhat happy. On the other side was a man whose entire body was shrouded in a long gray robe. Even his head was covered. In front of Yang Haohen, there was a crystal ball with a diameter of 1 meter. The crystal ball emitted a faint golden light, and in that crystal ball, wasn't it Long Haochen sitting cross-legged in the Knights Templars' treasure cave? Yang Haohen smiled. He can still be so calm after entering the cave of illusion. This child has really grown up. He's not even 18 yet, but he has such a steady mind. It seems that Xingyu was right. After all these years of experience, this child has really become a talent. The round-faced old man behind Yang Haohen snorted coldly. Right? What right? I've long said that I wanted to bring Haochen here, but he just wouldn't agree. Humph. As he spoke, he glanced at the man in gray beside him, whose face could not be seen clearly. Yang Haohen smiled faintly and said, Brother Long, don't pretend to be innocent after getting a bargain. Without Xingyu, Do you think you'd have such a good grandson? Didn't you hold back from running out and reuniting with him? I'll leave the glorious task of protecting this grandson of yours to you. Although he's your grandson, he's also the hope of the Knights Templars for the next 100 years. If he comes to any harm, I'll revoke your duty of protecting him, and protect him personally. If Long Houchin heard young Howin's words, he would definitely be shocked. That old man with a face like a date was actually his biological grandfather. In terms of appearance, he really didn't have much resemblance to this grandfather. Don't give me that. Although you're a little stronger than me, you're not that much stronger. Even if that guy, the Demon Emperor, came, he definitely wouldn't be able to harm my grandson. A sharp and domineering aura naturally rose from the round-faced old man's body. Within the silent majesty, there was a faint reddish-gold color spreading from his body. This old man was called Long Tianin. He was another of the 3 Knights of the Seal of the Knights Templars, the holder of the throne of God of order and law, and the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars who was in charge of controlling and restraining. The relationship between Long Tianin and Long Xingwu was not known to Long Houchin. Even within the Knights Templars, only a few people in the upper echelons knew about it. This was the rule of the Long family. No matter how powerful the elders were, the younger generation could not borrow their reputation and had to rely on their own abilities. Long Xingwu had relied on his own hard work to finally become a Knight of the Seal. Yang Haohin sighed. This time, the demons are coming in full force. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious in the Holy War. Although the hidden seniors of the Alliance have also come out of seclusion, but the number of demons is still much greater than ours. I hope that the Alliance's war path can be carried out. Long Tianin said, "Isn't it just stalling? We can afford to stall. In terms of resources, the demons will definitely die. As long as we can persevere in this holy war, after a few years, just food alone will not be something that the demons can afford." Yang Haohin said, "What we can think of, the Demon Emperor can naturally think of as well. Brother Long, you can't be so optimistic." On the other side, the gray-clothed man said in a deep voice, "I'll leave first. Since Houchin has returned to the temple, I can rest assured." Long Tianin frowned. "Where are you going?" The gray-clothed man's voice revealed a thick, killing intent behind the demons. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. Long Tianin and Yang Haohin glanced at each other, then said, "Brother Yang, after Houchin comes out of the illusion cave, I want to meet him and personally test him. What do you think?" Yang Haohin nodded slightly. "This is a matter between you grandfather and grandson. You can make the decision. However, I'm not good at defending cities, so dragon-resisting pass can't do without you." Long Tianin nodded. "It won't take too long. I'll go back and close the cave. When Houchin comes out, just let me know." Was Long Houchin really as calm as he appeared? The answer was no. The moment he closed his eyes, all kinds of chaotic thoughts surged into his mind. Kai, Or's beautiful figure appeared first. That was her appearance when she suddenly awakened as a god's chosen. Then, the scene instantly changed to the moment before they separated from each other on the roof. After Kai, it was his father. His father's dignified gaze was fixed on him, as if he was saying something to him. After him was his mother. His mother's eyes were always so melancholic and sad. Ever since he was young, he had been separated from his mother and father. His parents hadn't been together for at least 10 years. Finally, they were reunited. His father had gone missing because of the battle with Anan. Only his mother knew how much suffering she had suffered these past few years. His companion's appearances also appeared in Long Houchin's mind. From the first time they fought in Exorcist Mountain Pass, to the battle with the demons in Dread Howling Cave, to Southern Guard Pass, Illusory Paradise, and Gloomy Swamp, all these scenes flashed clearly in Long Houchin's mind. Under such circumstances, how could he calm down? A faint chill ran down his back. Long Houchin knew that it was fortunate that he was able to calm down and not advance rashly. Otherwise, it would only cause his mind to become more chaotic. Although he might be able to suppress these troubles in his heart, it would definitely gradually affect his will. It would affect the purity of a god's chosen's heart. Although he hadn't talked much with the Sun Moon Divine Snail, it had reminded him of the most important point. That was the difference between a God's chosen and a God's chosen. The greatest advantage of a God's chosen was their own perfection. Whether it was their spirit or innate talent, they were all perfect existences. This was something that even the death God's chosen, Kai-Er, couldn't compare to. However, the greatest problem of a God's chosen was that they were too perfect. Being too perfect made it easier for them to be tainted. The facts proved that when the sun-moon divine snail appeared, didn't the God's chosen walk the wrong path because they were tainted? In the end, not only did they fail to save the continent, but they also became the sinners of the continent. This was especially so for the first generation of divine beasts, the Holy Dragon, and the Master of the Tower of Eternity, the Cataclysm Electrolux. Therefore, for God's chosen, it was actually very important to reflect on oneself. The sun-moon divine snail left this world, leaving only a shell for Long Houchen. However, before it died, it also used the last of its strength to help Long Houchen clear his heart. Although it didn't say it directly, it used its actions to tell Long Houchen what he should do. Yes, self-reflection. Only by constantly reflecting on oneself and keeping one's heart bright and clear could the Son of Light be the Son of Light forever. Thank you, Sun-Moon Divine Snail. Long Houchen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Long Houchen did not deliberately resist these emotions in his heart. Instead, he let them erupt completely. As for Long Houchen himself, he only felt their existence. The torment in his heart gradually faded with the passage of time and the continuous absorption of the light element. After an unknown amount of time, he finally entered a state of meditation. Yiting, who sat behind Long Houchen, felt the changes in Long Houchen the most. As a light elemental spirit, no one in this world could compare to her affinity with the light elements, because she herself could be said to be a form of expression of the light elements. When Long Houchen first started his cultivation, Yiting sensed that her master was only quietly absorbing the light elements. However, as he calmed down and truly entered a state of meditation, in Yiting's eyes, Long Houchen at this time had become completely transparent. With each long breath, it was as if he had entered the body of glorious light. The light elements that Yiting helped him attract began to be somewhat insufficient for him to absorb. It must be known that after fusing with the saint's spiritual stove, Yiting also had the ability to breed light elements. The light elements filtered by her were not only extremely pure, but also highly concentrated. Under these circumstances, Long Houchen could unexpectedly still absorb at such an astonishing speed. This was a speed where his internal spiritual force would increase with each breath. This was the advantage of being the god of light's favored, maintaining a clear heart. Long Houchen, who had no impurities in his heart, was able to receive the goddess of light's greatest favor. The light element would take pride in entering his body, so how could his cultivation speed not be fast? In this warm light elements, Long Houchen gradually became immersed, and immersed very deeply, very deeply. He gradually put down all the burdens in his heart and concentrated all of his mind on perceiving the light elements. The transparency of his body became more and more obvious, so much so that even Yang Haohen, who was observing him through the crystal ball, could gradually feel it. However, this Knight of the Seal of Defense and Coordination couldn't stay here and observe Long Houchen for a long time. The war was imminent, and he had many more things to deal with. This month, in the records of later generations, was known as the Holy Demon Continent's Blood Moon. The hatred that the demons and humans had accumulated for thousands of years finally broke out. With the 6 major strongholds as the main battlefield, the demons attacked, and the Temple Lead defended. It was said that from a bird's eye view of the main battlefield, one could see a bloody mist rising to the sky. This was a war like a meat grinder. From the perspective of offense and defense, the demons' losses were far greater than the humans. However, the demons' army was also much larger than the humans. At the beginning of the war, the humans' defensive equipment played a great role, causing great damage to the demons. However, as the war went on, The defensive equipment gradually turned into ruins, and the humans could only rely on the terrain. This was a war between nations, and there was no need for any war mobilization. Every Temple League warrior who entered the battlefield used their blood to defend the last territory of the humans. Behind them was the plains, and behind them was their home. Knights Templars, Warriors Temple, Assassins Temple, Magic Temple, Temple of the Priests, and Soul Temple. No matter which temple the powerhouses were from, in this holy war, there was only one word in their minds: fight for their lives. Although the demons' attacks were fierce, the humans' will was too tenacious. The strength that the Temple League had accumulated for thousands of years was unleashed at this time. Large amounts of resources and reserve troops poured into the 6 impregnable passes, fighting to the death against the demons. While this holy war was related to the safety of the 2 races, as the initiator and also the fuse of this holy war, Long Houchen had been quietly cultivating in the treasure cave of the Knights Templars. Holy City, Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall. Phonelinger was looking at this month's financial report in her office. She had already begun to take over the various affairs of the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall. After the Holy War began, the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall entered a state of emergency. They only accepted various weapons, equipment, materials, herbs, and magic crystals, but all auctions were suspended. All the resources that the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall had accumulated were all provided to the Alliance unconditionally. This was the reason for the existence of the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall. As the heir of the auction hall, Phonelinger was clear that the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall did not belong to her family, but the entire Temple League. Using the auction hall to show the public was more to hide the strength of the Alliance itself. When the Holy War began, the financial resources that the Sanctuary Alliance Auction Hall accumulated began to play a crucial role. The auction halls everywhere became the best provider of spiritual weapons and equipment. After a strict extraction process, all kinds of powerful equipment, magic crystals, and even heavy weapons such as magic crystal cannons that the auction hall accumulated were all transported to the front line. This was the wealth that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Even Phonelinger herself did not know how huge it was. This was because many of the warehouses of the auction halls were sealed in secret. The seal could only be unsealed when the demons started the war. Phonelinger rubbed her eyes tiredly. She leaned against the back of the chair. Her clear eyes were filled with deep worry. This time, could the Sanctuary Alliance withstand it? The arrival of the Devil race was truly too sudden. She heard that the Demon Emperor had actually asked for that person as a condition. He was his guild leader. Right now, weren't they at the heart of the struggle? Thinking about this, Phonelinger did not know why, but she felt her heart tighten. Vaguely, a tall figure appeared in her mind. Shiny bald head, simple and honest smile. What she could not forget the most was the satisfaction that he revealed when he looked at her. Is he still alive? Phonelinger shivered. She subconsciously clenched her fair and tender hands. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Phonelinger immediately suppressed her agitated emotions. She lowered her head and looked at the account book again. Miss Linger, your letter. A staff member of the auction hall pushed the door open and entered. He placed a letter on the table, bowed respectfully, and left. Letter? Phonelinger subconsciously picked up the letter. It was an exquisite scroll made of sheepskin. There was even a sealed magical imprint on it. If it was forcefully opened, the imprint would disappear and the letter would self-destruct. It could only be opened by a specific incantation. There was a small line of words on the scroll. It was also a reminder of the incantation for this type of letter. Ling had received a lot of these sheepskin letters, but when she saw the words written on the incantation, she was so excited that she stood up abruptly. Call my name, Little White Flower. Hee. Be asterisk starred. It's that be asterisk starred. Only you would call me here. See, Messien, you be asterisk starred. You're still alive? When she said the last few words, Phonelinger's tears flowed uncontrollably. In this era of war, being alive seemed to be the greatest happiness. Ding. The magical imprint on the sheepskin letter was activated and the scroll was quietly opened. Someone's handwriting was not flattering, but fortunately, it was still possible to see what was written. Miss Linger, I'm sorry for calling you Little White Flower again. If you can read this letter, it means that you still remember my name. I, Seema, am deeply honored. Let me tell you a piece of good news and bad news. The good news is that I'm still alive and have returned to the Alliance. I'm at the southern pass where the main hall of the Temple of the Priests is located. The bad news is that I'm still at the front line, and our monster hunters have temporarily split up. As a new generation commandment priest, I have to protect our temple. I didn't want to write this letter at first. I reckoned that even if you could read the contents, you wouldn't care about it. However, I'm glad that I was able to return alive from the demons. Every time I dream at night, I can't help but think of you. That's why I couldn't help but write this letter to you. Love at first sight is blissful, but it's also painful. I really want to see you again, but I don't know if I'll have the chance in this lifetime. People like me don't have any extravagant requests. Whether you like me or not doesn't matter to me at all. Take this letter as a farewell. I hope that you can live a happy life in the future. Even if I'm in the arms of God, I will still pray for you. Please don't worry. As a man who deeply loves you, I, Seema Sien, am not a coward. I will shed the last drop of my blood on the battlefield. Every time I fight with the demons, I remember that every time I kill a demon, you will be safer. My bald head is as strong as my light vigor pill. Staring blankly at the letter in her hand, Feng Ling didn't move for a long time. Her tears gradually stopped flowing. The special feelings hidden in her heart seemed to have taken root and sprouted. Suddenly, she grabbed a piece of parchment beside her. When she picked up a pen, she was shocked to find that her hand was trembling slightly. With great difficulty, she calmed her emotions and quickly wrote on the paper. Bastard, you know that I don't want you to call me Little White Flower, but you still call me that. I hate you. I hate you, bald head. However, if you really dare to die at the front line, I will hate you forever. You have to get your ass back here alive, no matter how long it takes. Also, write me a letter. If I don't receive your next letter in 3 months, I will immediately marry someone. I won't let you rest in peace even after you die. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. No one would have thought that the first to come out of seclusion was not Long Haochen, who was obviously much stronger, but Han Yu. In 3 months, Han Yu had learned all the rank 6 skills, including many secret skills. The Cave of Illusion was the real skill of the Knights Templars. In this Cave of Illusion, there were not only the regular skills, but also the secret skills left behind by the previous Knight of the Seal. Those who were able to enter this place were all talents who had made great contributions to the Knights Templars and were trained as the next generation of leaders of the temple. Long Haochen and Han Yu had this qualification. Other than Long Haochen's identity as a god's favored, they had also destroyed a demon god pillar of the demons, which was unprecedented in history. This achievement alone gave them this qualification. After Han Yu came out of seclusion and found out that Long Haochen was still in seclusion, he did not hesitate and immediately chose to go into seclusion to train. The condition that Yang Haohen gave him to enter the battlefield was to become a Mithril Foundation Knight. Although he had learned all the rank 6 skills, his spiritual energy was still far from 10,000. Yang Haohen did not know how many times he had come to observe Long Haochen, but now his expression was no longer calm, but full of worry. It had been 3 months since the start of the Holy War. The dragon-resisting mountain pass was under great pressure. As a Knight of the Seal, whether it was him or Long Tianin, they had already entered the battlefield. Just 2 days ago, he had a hard fight with the undead demon god Samakina. In terms of cultivation, Yang Haohen was a lot inferior, but by relying on the powerful power of the throne of God of protection and compassion, he was able to block the undead demon god, making it impossible for him to advance even an inch. The Holy Knight of the Knights Templars and the Temple Knight were fighting hard every day, resisting the enemy outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. The ice and snow within a radius of 1,000 miles were dyed red. It was hard to calculate the number of casualties on both sides. Although the resources stored in the dragon-resisting mountain pass were very abundant, the dragon-resisting mountain pass was different from the other strongholds. Under the situation of being besieged by the demons, it was very difficult to get supplies from the Alliance, and even sending news out was very difficult. If this continued, Yang Haohan did not know how long this impregnable mountain pass could last. As for the demons outside, they had already sent reinforcements 3 times. The harsh environment also had a great impact on the demons, so much so that they could not fully display their fighting strength. The hundreds of ice magicians from the Magic Temple who were stationed in the dragon-resisting mountain pass also played a crucial role. They took advantage of the natural barrier of the dragon-resisting mountain pass and the ice and snow environment to constantly strengthen the defense of the dragon-resisting mountain pass and attack the enemy. Haochen, why haven't you made any movements? Looking at the huge crystal ball in front of him, Yang Haohan muttered to himself. That's right. After entering the Cave of Illusion, Long Haochen sat there and entered a state of cultivation. In the beginning, Yang Haohan even praised him for being able to calm down and cultivate. But 3 months had passed, and the current Long Haochen was still the same as 3 months ago. He always maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged and cultivating. His body emitted a faint golden halo, and his whole body entered the transparent feeling of the body of radiant light. Along with his breathing, the golden light emitted from his body would also flicker faintly. There was no doubt that he was fine. However, the time he spent meditating this time was a little too long. Yang Haohan, who had a wealth of experience in cultivation, knew that Long Haochen had entered a state of deep meditation. However, it was unheard of for a deep meditation to last for so long. Deep meditation generally appeared for experts of the 8th order and above. This was because after reaching the 8th order, the speed of spiritual energy improvement was much faster than before. But if one's spiritual energy improved too quickly, it would also cause one's foundation to be unstable. Often, deep meditation was needed to carry out cultivation. One reason was to better absorb the elements, and the other was to regulate one's body. Long Haochen was a god's chosen, so Yang Haohan did not find it strange that he was in deep meditation with a cultivation base of the 7th order. But, generally speaking, deep meditation would end in about a month, and it was extremely rare for someone like him to go for 3 months without any movements. Of course, the longer the time of deep meditation, the better the effect. It also meant that the mind would have fewer distracting thoughts and could endure loneliness. After all, it was very lonely and boring to immerse in the light elements every day. What Yang Haohan did not expect was that 3 months was just the beginning for Long Haochen's deep meditation. Time passed day by day. Be it humans or demons, there was a limit to the number of casualties they could endure. After the first few months of frenzied attacks, the demons' attacks gradually slowed down. Demon Emperor had issued ultimatums to the Temple League twice, asking for Long Haochen. All of them were rejected by the Temple League. Moreover, Long Haochen seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and did not appear again. The war continued, and just as the Temple League hoped, after withstanding the powerful attacks of the demons, both sides gradually entered a protracted war. To the Temple League's surprise, as the supreme ruler of the demons and the strongest demons, Demon Emperor did not participate in the war. Not only him, but even the Moon Demon and Star Demon who were with him did not appear on the battlefield. In other words, the defiant Demon Dragon Clan, Moon Demons, and Star Demons, the 3 most powerful races of the demons, were still waiting for an opportunity. It was precisely because they did not participate in the war that the Temple League did not dare to be careless, even though they dragged the war into a protracted war. The defense of the 6 major fortresses was very difficult. Everyone knew that once the Demon Emperor led the Moon Demons and Star Demons to the battlefield, none of the fortresses would be able to hold on. Of course, the Demon Emperor, Moon Demon, and Star Demon would also have to bear the full force of the strongest monster hunters of the humans to hunt and obstruct them. At that time, it would be the time of the final battle between the humans and the demons. According to the analysis of the Temple League's think tanks, the reason why the Demon Emperor did not bring the war to the final clash was mainly because he was afraid of the Temple League. After all, once the time came, It would be either succeed or die trying. Although the demons had the upper hand now, it was impossible for them to completely defeat the humans. Mutual destruction was the most likely scenario. There were also many mutual destruction situations. If it was a mutual destruction at the cost of the Demon Emperor's death, the demons would definitely not be able to afford it. After all, with the humans' creativity, construction ability, and the accumulation of the Temple League, they would definitely recover much faster than the demons. And a peerless powerhouse like the Demon Emperor could not recover in a day or two. A protracted war was not very advantageous for the demons, but the demons' toughness still exceeded the expectations of the Temple League. When the demons did not have enough food supplies, the corpses on the battlefield directly became their food. Whether it was the humans' corpses or the demons' own corpses, they could actually eat them all. The cruel reality had greatly reduced the humans' plan to defeat the demons, and a protracted war seemed to be what the Demon Emperor wanted to see. From the beginning of the Holy War to the end of the first year, the total population of the Temple League plummeted by 1/10, and the demons had an exaggerated decrease of 20%. Such a comparison was a huge blow to both races, and the entire continent was filled with carnage because of this holy war. Demon Emperor's main tent. Feng Xiu sat silently on the main seat. There was not even a single demon soldier in the tent. It was empty. There was only one person sitting on the main seat. It was the moon demon, Agars. Your Majesty, if this continues, I don't know how long we can hold on. There's a shortage of food. Due to the consumption of rotten food, non-combat casualties have begun to appear. When the weather warms up, this situation will definitely worsen, just like last summer. Agars's face showed some worry. Feng Xiu said calmly, "Second brother, what do you think we should do now?" Agars's handsome face showed a trace of coldness. A decisive battle. A decisive battle with the humans. They simply cannot stop the all-out attack of our three races. As long as we destroy one of the human strongholds, the army will march straight in, and the other aspects of the battle will definitely change. When that time comes, the humans will eventually perish, and we will be able to completely occupy the entire continent. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu shook his head. If I wanted to completely destroy the humans on this continent, I wouldn't have waited until now. Wouldn't it be better to have a decisive battle at the beginning of the Holy War? Agars looked at the Demon Emperor in confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant. Feng Xiu slowly stood up, hands behind his back, and looked at the entrance of the main tent. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void, looking into another world. Actually, if we didn't give the humans time, the humans would have perished long ago. Perhaps when we demons first came to this world, we really didn't have the ability to destroy the humans. But as time passed, when the second Demon Emperor led the demons to occupy most of the Holy Demon Continent, we already had the ability to launch a holy war against the humans and completely destroy them. However, my ancestor, the second Demon Emperor, didn't do so. He left behind a secret law, ordering his descendants, the successive Demon Emperors, not to lead the demon army to destroy the humans. Do you know why? There was no doubt that what Feng Xiu said was an absolute secret. Agars was dumbfounded by what he heard. Your Majesty, this subject is afraid. Agars hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Feng Xiu slowly walked in front of him and helped him up. I am willing to tell you this secret because I have absolute trust in you. We can't destroy the humans because if we lose the humans, we demons will inevitably perish. We came to this world because we created the demons with the plague. In the beginning, there were only us 72 brothers. We have a huge innate disadvantage, and that is ourselves. You know very well where we came from and how we were born into this world. Although we can pass on our power, we can't create more. If we destroy all the humans in this world, or enslave them all, then, with the current situation of us demons, in the near future, the humans will disappear from this continent forever. Then, it will be the extinction of all races. In the end, only us demons will be left. But can we demons survive on our own? Chapter 166. Demonic god Huang Fengxiu's gaze turned somewhat melancholic. If there is really only us left. If we're really the only ones left, then there's no need for an enemy. We can destroy ourselves. In the end, us 72 brothers can only turn back into 72 demon god pillars, and this world will become a desert, just like the world we originally belonged to. Completely destroyed. Agars nodded silently. Yes, we can create. We can't even use the things of this world to produce. In the face of our darkness attribute, it will be extremely difficult for any other creature to survive. You're right. If the humans are really destroyed or completely ruled by us, we will eventually walk towards extinction. Fengxiu smiled slightly. It's good that you understand. That's why, as early as several thousand years ago, this Temple League was actually raised by us demons. We can't let them be destroyed. We even have to let them develop. Only in this way can we better support ourselves. War is only a means. Since they're raised by us, we can't let them become too powerful. At the same time, only with their help can we weaken the problem of our demons' numbers. It's in our best interest to maintain a balance. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why I launched this holy war. After several thousand years of recuperation, the accumulation of the humans is already too great. We must weaken them to a certain extent. Otherwise, it won't be many years before they blow the horn of counterattack. This is also something we can't see. Therefore, this holy war seems to be very advantageous for them in a protracted war. But isn't it the same for us? The decisive battle must be carried out, but not now. We need to plunder the humans' wealth, but we can't hurt their vitality. This is the degree of assurance. Agars frowned and said, "But what about Austin and Griffin? What about them? Looking at the humans, they won't compromise with us." Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Austin and Griffin must be destroyed. No matter what price we have to pay, we can't let them survive in this world. Compared to our self-destruction, Austin and Griffin are even more terrifying existences. Andamari's death was a wake-up call for us. Another important reason for the Holy War is because of it. Agar said, "But will it be forced out by us? Unless we push the humans to the end of their tether." Fengxiu shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. Third brother has been in seclusion for a year. I have a premonition that he will come out today. He is the brain of us demons. He will tell us what to do next." Hearing this, the moon demon Agars was shocked. "Big brother, you mean third brother?" Fengxiu nodded sadly. "Yes, for the rise and fall of us demons. Third brother has sacrificed too much. But this is the best choice. Big brother is right. This is our best choice." An orange-red silhouette condensed in the air, and the star demon god Vasak quietly appeared in front of the demon god emperor and the moon demon god. He didn't look any different from before, but if you looked closely, you would find that his eyes were much dimmer than before. There was less depth, but more fatigue and age. Seeing him appear, the demon emperor couldn't help but become excited. He subconsciously took a few steps forward. "Third brother, how is your body?" Vasak smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, big brother. It's just a little less lifespan. But this time, the great prophecy spell was worth it. Don't you want to hear the results?" Fengxiu laughed bitterly. "If I had a choice, I really wouldn't want you to do this. Your lifespan is more than a little less. I can feel that your life force has weakened by at least 100 years. And you star demons don't have a long lifespan to begin with. This time, it's your origin that's been hurt." The moon demon Agars couldn't help but walk over and put his arm around Vasak's shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes showed strong emotions. In terms of feelings, the demon emperor, moon demon, and star demon were undoubtedly the most distant. But the demon emperor was the demon emperor after all. He was the ruler of the demons. If the survival of the demons was threatened, even if it was his own son, he wouldn't hesitate to make a move. Therefore, in private, the relationship between the moon demon and the star demon was further advanced. They were like brothers among the demons. Therefore, even though the demons of the undead demon god Samakina were already quite powerful and were not weaker than the star demons and the moon demons in terms of race strength, Samakina was still very respectful in front of Agars and Vasak. Vasak smiled and said, "All right, second brother, you don't have to be like this. I'll feel bad if you do this. The lost vitality can still be nurtured. Let me talk about the result first. It's very important for us." At this point, his expression became serious. Vaguely, one could see that his eyes gradually turned into a clear orange color. The demon god emperor nodded and looked at him with a face full of concern. Vasak said in a deep voice, "Over the past year, I've used the great prophecy to the greatest extent and finally predicted an opportunity in the future. According to Big Brother's plan, the war between us and the humans this time is mainly to use the middle and low-level troops of the demons to consume the accumulated power of the Temple League while preserving our high-end strength as much as possible. In this way, we will still have an overwhelming advantage over the humans. With my great prophecy, if this holy war continues to the end, then the outcome will be a lose-lose situation." Vasak pondered for a moment and continued, "The strength of the Temple League is stronger than we thought. Although we will win in the end, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. This is something we absolutely don't want to see." The demon emperor nodded and said, "The strength of the Temple League is stronger than we expected? In what way is it strong?" Vasak said, "I can't predict this. I can only feel that there is also a very terrifying power hidden in the Temple League. We don't know where this power comes from, but I can be sure that it's not from those legend rank monster hunters. The threat of legend rank monster hunters is indeed not small, but their numbers are few. And that hidden terrifying power is faintly able to contend against our three races. However, unless it's a last resort, the humans shouldn't use this power." Hearing this, the demon emperor's expression suddenly became serious. "I didn't expect that the humans actually have such power. It seems that this holy war was launched very timely. The hidden power is the greatest threat. No matter what, through this holy war, we must force out this hidden power of the humans." Vasak shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true. Big brother, you don't have to worry. Although this power of the humans is terrifying, it has an aura of decay. It seems that in a few years, they will self-destruct, and this time should be within 20 years. In other words, if we don't force the humans to the point of life and death within 20 years, this terrifying power will not threaten us." Agar said in confusion, "Won't the humans take the initiative to use this power?" Vasak said, "This is also what I find strange. In my great prophecy spell, the humans themselves seem to be very afraid of this power. It's even quite repulsive. That's why I can be sure that unless it's a crisis where the humans are on the verge of extinction, they won't easily use this power. This power is also not in the 6 great fortresses. If I'm not wrong, it should be in the humans' holy city." After listening to his words, the demon god emperor sank into a short silence. Very clearly, Vasak's words had greatly affected him. For the demons, this is the ability to shake their dominance. It's not easy to make Vasak say the word terrifying. "Third brother, in that case, we should end this holy war earlier?" the demon emperor asked. Star Demon Vasak shook his head. "No, it's the opposite. We must continue this holy war. As long as we don't force the humans to a too difficult degree, it's fine. Maintaining the status quo is the best choice, because this is the only way to lure Austin and Griffin out." At this point, his expression clearly became serious, much more serious than when he talked about the terrifying power controlled by the humans just now. "In the past year, my great prophecy spell has been predicting Austin and Griffin for the longest time. It has now grown to a certain extent, although it's not enough to really threaten us. But it's definitely not weak. It's impossible for us to find it through the war against the humans. And Austin and Griffin's threat to us will also become more and more terrifying. We have a few chances to kill it. Among them, the biggest chance was in about 1 to 2 years. I can calculate that at that time, it will appear in our demon's territory. This was also the best chance he had. And the premise is that we must give the humans enough pressure through the holy war. Otherwise, it may not appear behind us." The demon emperor's eyes flickered with a demonic light, and a dense murderous intent was contained within. Even so, Vasak and Agar still felt a powerful pressure being released from this big brother. Vasak raised his hand, and a circle of orange light enveloped the three demon gods. His lips moved as he spoke in a rapid, low voice. Only Feng Xiu and Agar's could hear his voice. Hearing his words, Feng Xiu's expression became more and more shocked. Third brother, this is too dangerous. You? Vasak shook his head silently. Big brother, you should know how terrifying Austin and Griffin are. Since this is our biggest opportunity, then we must not let it go. And my method is also the best. If we face it head on, it is very likely that it will find a loophole. As long as it avoids this time, then it is very likely that it will truly enter its ultimate state. At that time, whether it is us or this world, I'm afraid. Feng Xiu said in annoyance. It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention earlier. That bastard Andamari actually died in the hands of Austin and Griffin, and even caused the destruction of the demon god pillar. We can no longer form, Vasak said. So, we must treat this as our only chance to make arrangements. No matter the price, we can't give Austin and Griffin the slightest chance. The demon emperor nodded slowly and said, All right, we will act according to your plan. Only the three of us know about this. Even if it is Samakina and the others, we will keep it a secret. Vasak, then go back and start making arrangements. 1 year, there is still 1 year left. On this side of the war, I will let the humans carefully feel my anger. Dragon-resisting pass, Basilica of the Knights. Yang Haohan and Long Tianyin stood silently in front of a huge crystal ball. 1 year, an entire year had passed. Yet Long Haochen was still in a state of deep meditation. If not for the spiritual energy fluctuations on his body becoming denser and denser, his breathing would be very normal. They would even think that Long Haochen had passed away in meditation. 1 year. That was a year's worth of meditation. In this 1 year, even Han Yu had successfully broken through to the 7th order. He had begun to enter the Cave of Illusion for the 2nd time to learn the 7th order skill. But Long Haochen was still in the same state as when he entered the cave, not getting up at all. Brother Long, should we go and see him? Yang Haohan said with some worry. Long Tianyin shook his head. No. Since his aura has not weakened, let's not disturb him. I believe this child knows his limits. Moreover, can't you feel it? The spiritual energy fluctuations on his body have already reached a saturated state. What he needs now is a breakthrough. Yang Haohan said, Worry will cause confusion. This kid's ambition is higher than the heavens. He's probably trying to break through to the 8th order. I didn't expect him to use this kind of method to surprise us. At first, I thought Old Chio's evaluation of him was too high, but now it seems I was too conservative. If he really succeeds, then he will be our Temple League's first 8th order Saint Knight before the age of 20. Long Tianyin said, This child's state of mind is so pure. I also didn't expect it. I believe he will definitely succeed. However, the bottleneck from the 7th order to the 8th order is not so easy to break through. Not only does it require a lot of preparation, but it also requires a moment of enlightenment. Let him continue trying. If he can't break through in 3 months, we will have to wake him up. Otherwise, once he becomes irritable, it will affect his subsequent cultivation. Yang Haohan nodded silently. At this moment, suddenly the body that had been sitting cross-legged for a year in the crystal ball trembled slightly. His trembling didn't matter, but the two Knight of the Seal almost instantly took a step forward, their eyes wide open. The trembling of Long Haochen's body became more and more obvious. Layers of gentle golden light spread out from his body, turning into layers of shock waves as his body trembled. Cultivation deviation? Long Tianyin was shocked. No, it's not. Yang Haohan grabbed Long Tianyin, who was about to rush out. I heard that Haochen created a skill called Light Ripple. It can produce a powerful attack and defense through the vibration of spiritual energy. You shouldn't be cultivating deviation. At this moment, the trembling of Long Haochen's body began to weaken. He slowly raised his arms, slowly stretching them. His whole body also stretched, seemingly becoming more slender. The gentle golden light supported him to float slowly, His legs straightened, and his whole body made a stretching movement. Suddenly, a thick golden light spread out from his body as if it was real. One could vaguely see a ball of light moving rhythmically between his eyebrows, chest, and lower abdomen. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, even Yang Haohan and Long Tianyin, who were Knight of the Seal, felt two cold lightning flashing in the air. A golden radiance that was more intense than the radiance emitted from Long Haochen's body burst out from his eyes. The almost tangible radiance swept across the air, causing the dreamy pale golden radiance in the illusion cave to surge violently. Yuting also stood up with Long Haochen. She also opened her eyes. Compared to Long Haochen, she didn't seem to have changed much, but her eyes were clearer and calmer. Moreover, her body also had a layer of life aura. Although Yuting's body was originally solid, if one touched it, one would find that her body was cold. Only when she used light attribute skills would her body warm up due to the fluctuation of light elements. Moreover, the surface of her body gave people a stiff feeling. After all, she was condensed from dense light elements and not a real body. However, at this moment, not only did the life aura on her body become denser, but her entire body also gave off a stronger sense of reality. As she moved, her skin seemed to be filled with elasticity. She was like a real human beauty. Even the city's aura was much less. Yuting opened her arms behind Long Haochen and made a hugging gesture. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, and she disappeared from Long Haochen's body, merging back into his body. Compared to a year ago, Long Haochen's body didn't change much. It was as if time had stopped for him during the year of deep meditation. There wasn't a single speck of dirt, and even his beard and hair didn't grow longer. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Yes, just as Yang Haohan had predicted, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 7th rank, and his internal spiritual energy had reached 30,000. A year of deep meditation was a good preparation for Long Haochen. Not only did he purify his heart, but he also purified his spiritual energy. After reaching the peak of the 7th rank, he tried to break through several times, but he couldn't find a way to do so. Therefore, he didn't force himself anymore and let nature take its course, ending this year-long deep meditation. At this moment, although he was still standing in this dreamy cave, he had a feeling that his whole body was transparent. A light flashed, and a bottle of water appeared in his hand. He drank a few mouthfuls, letting the gentle water elements nourish his body. Then Long Haochen stretched his body again, and the bones all over his body crackled. He seemed to have grown a bit taller. He didn't rush to the next step, and just stood there silently, as if lost in thought. After a long while, he slowly turned around and went into the depths of the cave. Watching Long Haochen disappear in the pale golden light, Long Tianyin and Yang Haohan couldn't help but turn their heads to look at each other. As they looked at each other, the two divine marked knights had a strange feeling about this. Is he going to learn a skill? Not going to break through? Long Tianyin was the first to speak. Yang Haohan said, "It's hard to say. I think he's looking for an opportunity for himself. Say, should we tell him the secret to breaking through to the 8th rank?" Long Tianyin said, "We should tell him. But seeing him reach the peak of the 7th rank so quickly, we don't want to say it. From the peak of the 7th rank to the 8th rank, if he can complete it through his own understanding, then it will be very beneficial for him to break through to the 9th rank in the future. After all, these two bottlenecks have different paths leading to the same destination. We have to believe in him. Let him slowly settle down." Yang Haohan nodded silently. "And I also think this is the best. How long have I been cultivating?" While walking into the cave, Long Haochen said to himself. He just felt that his cultivation this time seemed to be very long. During this period, there were a few times when he wanted to end, but feeling the amazing speed of internal spiritual power increase, he finally endured the loneliness. The 3 spiritual apertures in his body were completely filled with spiritual power, and his whole body was full of power. How can I break through from the 7th rank to the 8th rank? While walking into the cave, Long Haochen pondered this most important question. Perhaps because he sat for too long, his whole body felt a little sore and itchy, and his blood was circulating quickly under the urging of spiritual power. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed, and a large door appeared in front of him. There was a simple and unadorned 7 on the door. Long Haochen stopped and looked at the strong and elegant 7, thinking that he couldn't directly break through to the 7th rank this time. It should be because he didn't accumulate enough spiritual power. My spiritual power is already sufficient, so I'll look for inspiration for my skills. Maybe I can gain something. He raised his hand and pressed on the door, but it was very sturdy and didn't budge. Gentle light elements surged, and Long Haochen's body almost instantly turned into a transparent golden crystal. For him, using the glorious body of light didn't need to worry about excessive consumption. The physique of a god-favored allowed him to have certain characteristics of the glorious body of light, and now he had completely cultivated the glorious body of light. As long as he used his spiritual power normally, the amplification of the glorious body of light would immediately appear, but it wouldn't consume any additional spiritual power. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the amplification of the talent. With a low muffled sound, the heavy door slowly opened. When the door opened, Long Haochen only felt an incomparably fierce thought rushing out of the door. Taking half a step back, Long Haochen put his hands in front of him and made a defensive posture. His movements were slow and steady, as if they were formed naturally under the impact of the fierce thought. The moment his movements stabilized, a strong golden light lit up. Divine Defense Block. Unfortunately, Yang Haoen's crystal ball couldn't monitor the situation inside the cave. Otherwise, he would be surprised to find that Long Haochen was using the spiritual level Divine Defense Block. After a year of deep meditation, it wasn't just the internal spiritual power that had been improved. His body had been cleansed by the spiritual power, and his external spiritual power and spiritual power had also improved greatly. It could be said that after a year of accumulation, Long Haochen had thoroughly integrated the combat experience, training process, and all kinds of fortuitous encounters from the past few years. Compared to a year ago, other than the increase in his spiritual power, his abilities in all aspects were also much more stable. The fierce aura released from the door didn't last for too long before it dissipated. A trace of sincere respect appeared on Long Haochen's face. Without a doubt, this door recorded the rank 7 skills of the night. The ancestors of the Knights Templars had only left their skills here, but they still seemed to have a life of their own. The skills were dead, but the crystallization of their blood and sweat would forever live in the heart of every knight. After stepping through the door, it was a hall of about 10 square meters. There was a door on both sides. The door on the left had the mark of a shield, while the door on the right had the mark of 2 swords. They represented the skills of the Guardian Knight and the skills of the Knight of Punishment. After thinking for a while, Long Haochen walked to the door with the shield printed on it, pushed the door open, and entered. Suddenly, a thick and solid aura enveloped him. Southeast Fortress. Boom! A bright silver light blasted into the sky, blasting the body of a 2-headed demon vulture into pieces. A huge shield swept across the top of the wall, blasting a group of dual-bladed demons that had just climbed up to the top of the wall into pieces. Wang Yuan, who was wearing the Space Guardian armor, stood proudly on the top of the wall. The bright silver armor was stained with blood, so much so that it was impossible to tell what color it was. The silver light that had just risen into the sky was the Sky Splitter cannon fired by her giant soul divine shield. Wasn't the sweeping attack the spinning shield Sky Splitter? At this moment, she had one foot on the battlements, and in her left hand, a 2-meter-long sawtooth machete was swung out crazily. Every time the machete chopped down, it would definitely kill a demon that rushed up the city wall. She single-handedly protected a section of the wall that was as wide as 20 meters. Not to mention the enemy. Even the male warriors of the warrior temple didn't dare to approach Wang Yuan's area of protection. The sawtooth machete in Wang Yuan's left hand was 2 meters long, and the hilt was more than 2 feet long. Although she was only wielding it with one hand, she was able to display the power of a two-handed heavy sword. The sawtooth machete was bright silver. Not only was the back of the machete serrated, but the blade was also serrated. With a flash of silver light, one could definitely hear the sound of the serrated teeth cutting through bone. Although the size of the sawtooth machete was large, its attack speed was extremely fast. It was as if she was controlling a silver bolt of lightning that flew up and down. That's right, the machete in Wang Yuanyuan's hand was made from the materials that they had obtained in the Dark Swamp. After Lin Xin returned to the Magic Temple, he asked a master alchemist to use the serrated horns of 7 sawtooth rays to forge the machete for Wang Yuanyuan. It was a weapon at the peak of the legendary grade, only one step away from becoming a terrifying weapon of the epic grade. The master alchemist who forged the machete exclaimed that it was a bloody blade. Its cutting power was so terrifying that it could almost break through most defensive spells below the 8th grade. It came with 3 skills: Bloody Rend, Bloody Saw Dance, and Dimensional Storm. In the end, it was named Bloody Storm. Bloody Rend was a skill that was directly attached to Bloody Storm. The serrated teeth on both sides had a terrifying cutting effect. Its cutting power was so strong that it was even sharper than that of Long Houchen's aria of the Goddess of Light in his normal state. Moreover, one must not forget that Wang Yuanyuan had also comprehended the ripple of light created by Long Houchen. The cutting power produced by Bloody Rend, coupled with the ripple of light, could only be understood by those who had truly experienced it. Just 2 days ago, an 8th-tier devilish being had clashed head-on with Wang Yuanyuan, and even though he had managed to send Wang Yuanyuan flying, one of his arms had also been severed by Wang Yuanyuan. Powerful external spiritual energy could not protect him at all. The 2 skills, Bloody Saw Dance and Dimensional Storm, required the infusion of spiritual energy to activate, which consumed quite a lot of spiritual energy. But the power was also proportional to the consumption. It was extremely terrifying. The Bloody Sawtooth Dance transformed into 7 bloody storms in an instant, each with the same power. After all, this terrifying weapon was made from the horns of 7 sawtooth rays. Their souls could be vaguely seen in them. Dimensional Storm was the most powerful skill of this weapon. It consumed 2,000 internal spiritual energy to use each time. When used, a small dimensional rend would appear between all the serrated teeth. When wielded, the power of Bloody Rend would soar. At least so far, when Wang Yuanyuan used this skill, she had not encountered a weapon or skill that could block it. Even if a rank 8 powerhouse poured all their spiritual energy into the weapon, the result would be the same. In addition to these 3 skills, because Bloody Storm was made from Saw Rays, and Saw Rays had dual attributes of wind and space, its attack speed was also extremely fast. In terms of power, it had completely surpassed the giant Soul God Shield with 4 empty silver crystals. Therefore, most of the time, Wang Yuanyuan had used the giant Soul God Shield as a shield, and the main lethality was achieved through Bloody Storm. It had been a year since she returned to the southeast fort. From the day Wang Yuanyuan returned, she took the initiative to go to the top of the city wall. In the beginning, her role in the war was not very obvious. But when she received the Bloody Storm from Lin Xin, she gradually became a beautiful scenery on the top of the southeast fort. She had a slender figure, a cold and elegant appearance, and a terrifying giant shield and serrated broadsword. Who knew how many demons died in her hands every day? Because of this, Wang Yuanyuan was nicknamed the Bloody Killer Woman. At the same time, she also accumulated military merits and became a division commander of the Temple League. The military ranks of the Temple League, from the lowest to the highest, were squad leaders who commanded 20 people, company leaders who commanded 100 people, company leaders who commanded 500 people, battalion commanders who commanded 1,500 people, division commanders who commanded 3 battalions, and corps commanders who commanded 3 divisions. Above them were the military chiefs of the various temple armies, as well as the commanders of the 3 armies. To be able to rise to the rank of corps commander purely by killing enemies, one could imagine how many demons Wang Yuanyuan had killed. She had long since lost count. In any case, whenever she stepped on the top of the fort, her eyes would naturally turn red. Then, it would be a frenzied massacre. In this year, she had been heavily injured 3 times, and each time, she had to return to the battlefield before she had fully recovered. The military chiefs of the Southeast Fort had wanted to assign her to a military position and command the troops, but she had rejected every single one of them. She wanted to be a soldier who stood at the front lines, even if she was a division commander. Roar! A rank 5 dark green, twin-bladed demon brazenly leaped onto the top of the fort and roared at Wang Yuanyuan. Bang! The divine soul shield spun once before falling back into Wang Yuanyuan's hands. Against that dark green, twin-bladed demon, Wang Yuanyuan only made the simplest of movements. Chop. Chain-like silver light burst forth from Sanguinary Storm. With an ear-piercing, tearing sound, the air was split apart. Under the strange black-silver light blade formed by the tearing black and silver edges, the previously arrogant dual dark green-bladed demon was torn to shreds in the next moment. Dimensional Slash, a rank 6 spatial warrior skill. Through Sanguine Storm, its power was at least doubled. Suddenly, Wang Yuanyuan, who was in the middle of killing to her heart's content, froze for a moment and looked into the distance. A black that was rapidly enlarging in her line of sight. Yuan, be careful. A shout rang out, and then a tall figure flashing with dazzling golden light rushed to Wang Yuanyuan's side. A thick tower shield fell heavily to the ground. The black dot flying from afar grew larger at an alarming speed. When it reached the top of the fort, its size had already become extremely terrifying. It was a powerful bear demon. This was a method of siege that the demons had thought of. They used primitive giant catapults to throw powerful troops directly onto the top of the fort. If this method of attack had been used a year ago, it would have been like a mouse licking a cat's ass. A magician would have been able to blast it down with a simple spell. But as the war went on, the Temple League's magicians had always been prioritized. As a result, apart from the Temple of Magic, the number of magicians guarding the other temple's forts was pitifully low. Boom! The bear demon's body slammed heavily onto the tower's shield. The knight holding the tower's shield let out a muffled groan, and his body was sent flying by the impact. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The bear demon's strength was indeed terrifying. Moreover, the one that was thrown onto the top of the fort was a 7th-grade bear demon. With its tyrannical defense, once it stood firm on the top of the fort, there would be more demons rushing to the top of the fort, causing great damage to the southeast fort. Wasn't it Zhang Fangfang who blocked the bear demon's attack for Wang Yuanyuan? When the Holy War began, all monster hunters entered a state of war and joined the battlefield. After a year of fierce battle, Zhang Fangfang's monster hunters were now no more. Out of the 6 of them, only he and the assassin survived. The others all died in the southeast fort. Zhang Fangfang's encounter with Wang Yuanyuan once again could be said to be a pleasant surprise. His companions had died one after another, and he had also been heavily injured several times. Only by relying on the second life spiritual stove that he had fused in the illusory paradise did he manage to survive time and time again.